Hey everyone, this is Ravi from Simplilearn. Welcome to this Google Ads full course video for 2021. In this full course, we'll be covering topics like what Google Ads is, the steps you'll need to create a Google Ads account, the Google Display Network, Google Analytics, setting up goals and event tracking in Google Analytics, and how Google Tag Manager works. For this video, we have our experts, Rob Sanders, taking us through all the topics. So without further ado, let's start by talking about Google Ads. Before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit that bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn.
When you're setting up your brand and you need to make sure it reaches the right audience and provide the best results, there's really only one place to turn to. It's one of the largest online advertising platforms really in the world, and that's on Google. And so today we're going to talk about how to advertise on Google. So thank you for joining. My name is Rob Sanders. I'm with Simplilearn, and we're going to talk about all things Google when it comes to advertising. So thanks for joining, and let's get right to it and talk about Google Ads and its effect with advertising. So we're going to start out with, what are Google Ads? Well, Google Ads used to be called Google Adwords, and it's been around a good while, almost 20 years now. So really, Google has grown at a really rapid pace. It's become one of Google's main sources of revenue. You could say probably in the 90th percentile of its revenue comes from Google Ads. And when we say Google Ads, we mean people who pay for advertising on Google.com. So Google Ads, really what it does is it provides services that fall under the category of PPC, which stands for pay-per-click. You also may hear Google Ads or PPC referred to as cost per click or CPC or sponsored search. Really what it comes down to, it's a model. So when you advertise on Google.com and somebody clicks on your ad, basically you're paying Google for the click. Okay, so it's just really a business model where an advertiser pays Google to have their advertisement on Google.com, but they only pay Google when they get the click. So that's really, in a nutshell, how it works for advertisers. If I want to advertise my business, I can go to Google Ads and say, Google, place my ad on Google.com. And then if my ad does get shown on Google.com, somebody clicks on it, it's just as simple as I pay Google a fee. So Google Ads is just an online advertising platform developed by Google with which advertisers can pay to display ads. They can offer up their services. There's video involved. There's obviously mobiles involved. So you got all the necessary devices and platforms available in Google's ecosystem. So for example, if I go to Google search, even if I type in, what is Google Ads? Here I could see a total of 1.8 billion results for what are Google Ads as my search query. So in search, you got a lot of different things going on here. You have organic results, you have videos that are being pulled from YouTube, you got a knowledge graph here, you got featured snippets, you got an organic listing, but really at the top, this is what we're going to focus on today. We're going to talk about sponsored search. So you can see here for this particular keyword query that I typed in, what are Google Ads? Really, two sponsored search or pay-per-click ads appeared. Now, if I happen to click on any one of these two and go to that particular advertisement's website, they're going to pay Google a specific cost per click. So that's how it looks on Google.com. It really depends on your query and what ads show up. But the great thing about Google Ads is they make it known for the user who's doing the search query what the ad is. So here I can easily pick out what's an ad, a sponsored search or pay-per-click ad, and what's not. Because if it's a pay-per-click ad or an advertiser advertising on Google.com, I'm going to be able to see this little box here that says ad next to the listing. And so by displaying that little logo, their ad, it's letting the end user know, the person who's searching, know that, hey, this is an advertiser who is advertising their product or service on Google.com. Okay, so that's how you can differentiate between paid search and organic search. Organic search here, or even down here, doesn't have that little ad box next to the listing. So you know, if it doesn't have the little ad box, you know it's a paid search ad. Now, why do we want to advertise on Google Ads? Because it increases visibility to high quality audience. So what I mean by that is, search is really a great place to advertise because you're meeting the consumer halfway, meaning somebody's typing something in and your ad is there to help them find what they're looking for. So Google Ads advertises your product or service to the relevant audience to ensure the users perform the action required of them. So it's really a great way to get quality audience to your website, because if somebody types in something and you happen to offer what they're looking for, basically your ad's going to show up, somebody clicks on it, you pay Google for the click, and you get quality traffic in return. So the other great benefit to being on Google Ads is increases brand awareness. So it's a great way to get your product and brand out there. Google has a vast network, also known as the display network, but even on google.com, the search network itself, the search engine itself, millions of people use it every day. In fact, here in the United States, it's been said or studied that, people over the age of 18 use search at least once a day here in the United States. So you can figure that's millions and millions of people. So it's a great way to get your brand in front of a large captive audience. Okay, so top of mind awareness refers to a brand or product being the first one that comes to a customer's mind when thinking about a particular industry or category. So it really does provide top of mind awareness. Another benefit to being on Google Ads is retargeting. So when we say the word retargeting in marketing, that means showing our ad to somebody who's already been to our website. So we can use Google's display network, or we can run remarketing lists for search ads right on google.com to ensure that we're targeting those folks who have already been to our website and have not performed a function that we want them to perform, such as converting or buying something or downloading something or subscribing to a newsletter or visiting a certain page. Okay, so if somebody doesn't do what we want them to do, it's okay. Maybe they aren't ready to commit to our product or service. And that's why Google offers up retargeting. So it allows us to reach that audience a second time. So they're going to be familiar with our product. They're going to be familiar with our website because they've been there. And so we can offer up a very unique, specific ad to that audience. So that's a really good benefit to being on Google Ads. So some other benefits here: increased intelligence. So, we can certainly get data about who is coming to our audience. So we can look at what device, what browser, etc. So we can really gain some information about who's coming to the website. We could certainly measure our performance. So with Google, we're paying cost per click. And so based on that model, we can certainly measure what keywords, what ads are generating traffic to the website and how much we're paying for that. Okay, and if that traffic turns out to be a lead, we can measure that against that specific keyword or ad or campaign. So we can certainly measure our performance all the way down to the keyword level. And we can measure up against how many conversions or what we're paying for those conversions. So Google Ads is a very highly quantitative approach to advertising because there's lots of numbers involved. And you're constantly collecting information about your advertising on google.com and its network. And another benefit really is its high flexibility. So Google Ads has a number of different options. So we can customize our ads based on an audience, based on a keyword, based on a specific website, based on retargeting. So we really have a lot of options, not to mention the number of options in terms of the ad format. Text ads, dynamic responsive ads, video ads, display ads. So Google Ads has very flexible options in terms of advertising. And we're going to talk about some of those as we move along here today. So another big benefit here, and this is what I always suggest, is if you're not ranking organically, then you might want to consider Google Ads. Because as we've shown here in our example, if I go back to our example a couple minutes ago, if you want to bid on the keyword, what are Google Ads? Why would you bid on that? Well, It's relevant to your business. Maybe you're in the digital marketing industry and you want to help folks who need help in advertising on Google Ads. But what if you want to be found for that organically? Well, if you're not found for it organically, then you could bid on it. So it definitely is a good option if you're not ranking for a particular keyword organically. So it serves as almost an option. I always say that search is like a fruit bowl. Okay, you have apples and oranges in that fruit bowl. Well, the orange is organic search and the apple is paid search. They're different approaches, but they share the same fruit bowl, the same real estate. So you can really help yourself by using Google Ads to complement what you're doing organically. So if you're not ranked organically for a keyword, you can certainly use Google Ads. If you are ranked for specific keywords and it's a highly competitive industry, then you can use Google Ads to help you leverage the amount of clicks you get from that ad. So it's okay to be organically listed and have a paid search listing at the same time. So if we go back to our example here, we could see wordstream.com has a paid ad. And here we could see just 2 spots below organically, they're showing up with an organic listing. So you could certainly be in both positions to try and maximize your clicks. So it's definitely a good strategy to run with Google Ads. On top of everything we mentioned in terms of measurement, flexibility, Google Ads does offer up a really good incentive to advertise. And let's not lose focus that, again, search is really the only medium in which you're meeting somebody halfway based on what they're looking for. And when I say halfway, meaning your ad is going to appear for somebody who's looking for something, whether that be food, a cafe, a plumber, a doctor, or directions. Search is there to serve that person's needs. There's no other advertisement platform or no other channel out there in terms of advertising that reacts the same way, whether that be TV or radio or email marketing or affiliate marketing. Search is unique in that regard. So search engine results pages are the pages that are displayed by search engines in response to an ad. So that's SERP. And so you could certainly, be listed in the SERPs, or also known as organic search. But the great thing is Google Ads is there to help you get your brand or product in front of that user looking for a specific need or service. So let's shift focus now and talk about the various formats in Google Ads. On Google Search, we have text ads. So text ads are the only ad format on Google Search. And so here you can see in this example, you have a headline. So not only do you have one headline, you have 3 headlines in one ad. So JBL headphones, 1 headline. Wide range of headphones, 2nd headline. Amazon.in, 3rd headline. So you have 3 headlines. And the great thing about Google Ads with its text format is that you can have up to 2 descriptions of 90 characters. So the headlines are up to 30 characters, the descriptions are up to 90 characters. And so you can really write some specific information about your ad, about your product, about your service. Okay, and the ad is also going to contain what we call ad extensions. So here you can see shop by category, in-ear headphones, on-ear headphones. Those are all site link extensions, meaning they're going to link to something on your website. And so the purpose of the extension is to help get the click. So the reason why you're running Google Ads is to get the click. You want to generate the click. You want to get that traffic to your website. So by writing 3 headlines and writing 2 description lines and adding extensions to your ad, all help you get that click. Yes, you're going to pay Google for the click, but that's the whole purpose, is to generate the click from search. Because remember, search is there to respond to somebody's need or query. And so if you get the click on your ad, chances are it's going to be a highly relevant visitor to your website. So Google offers up a lot of opportunity for you to write a lot of information in your text ad on Google for Google.com. So Google also has other formats, and so they also have responsive display ads. So when we say responsive, we mean Google can serve up a specific image from your website based on what somebody's looking for, based on the page that they went to. So These ads are responsive. They adjust their size, appearance, and format depending on the space available. So responsive can also be text and or image. And so the whole point of response is if you have a large website, let's just say with a lot of different products and categories like Amazon. Well, it's hard to write static ads for thousands of particular categories and products. So why not let Google do the heavy lifting? Why not let Google serve up the images and ads based on what somebody looked at on your website? And so that's the whole idea behind responsive ads, is it allows Google to, show the particular ad that's most relevant to that user. So it's really a great option when you're advertising on Google. You have image ads as well. So image ads are, as we mentioned, part of responsive, or they can just be static. And so here you can see an example from Slack. Okay, you can see just an image ad. But the great thing about image ads is you have a lot of different size options. So 468 by 60, 250 by 250, 160 by 600, all these are pixel sizes. So you have a lot of different size variations when you run image ads. Okay, so you don't have to run a small image ad, let's just say in comparison to Facebook, where you have a thumbnail, okay, and one size for a particular image ad on Facebook. Versus Google, you have multiple sizes that you can choose from in terms of running image ads. So image ads are really a great option if you're going to advertise on Google. Okay, you also have app promotional ads. These ads are used to drive app downloads and engagement. So here you can see an example for Uber. So that's another option too if you have an app and you really want to drive engagement for that app. And then you also have video. So Google owns YouTube. So you can run advertisements, video advertisements on YouTube. So they could be standalone or they can be inserted into other streaming video content as, say, a pre-roll. Meaning people are going to look at your ad before actually watching the actual video they went to YouTube for. So you have a lot of different options with video advertisements on YouTube. So the other ad format you have on Google are shopping ads. And shopping ads are really a great way to get your product in front of the right user. So if somebody's looking for shoes or running shoes, it's an opportunity for you to run shopping ads so you could put that particular shoe with the description, with the price, with your brand name in front of that user. And so with a cost per click model, if a user clicks on your shopping ad, then chances are they're probably going to convert because they could see the product, they could see the price, they could see the product name, they could see the brand. And so it's an opportunity for you to really drive high quality traffic to your site with the opportunity to convert somebody at a very high rate. So shopping ads are really good because it prevents unwanted clicks. If somebody clicks on that ad, they're definitely interested. So let's take a look on search to see how that looks. So if I go to Google search and I just type in running shoes, so my search results are going to list not only some paid ads but a lot of different options on shopping ads. So here I could certainly scroll around and see all the different brand names. I could see the price point. If I hover over it, I can actually see, some other information about it like reviews, return policy. So if I actually click on this ad, chances are I'm going to buy it. Otherwise, why would I click on the ad as an end user? And so that's the great thing about shopping ads. It gives you, the advertiser, an opportunity to really get your products in front of people who are looking for your product or service. And given that you're listing the price, if they like the price and they click on your ad, they're probably going to go ahead and follow through with the conversion. So it doesn't necessarily have to be running shoes. It could be anything that you have to offer a user. So running shopping ads on Google is a good strategy if you have products. Okay, so you can showcase these shopping ads on Google search by certainly really giving Google access to your product inventory, connecting in some reviews, connecting in some information, connecting in the pricing points, and voila. It's really fairly easily to set up Google shopping ads within Google search. And the great thing about shopping ads is it also appears under images and also appears under shopping. So if I'm on Google search, I can go to shopping or I can go to images and I'll see those same image ads show up here at the top. And I will certainly see those under shopping as well. So shopping ads allow you to really showcase your products on Google search to those looking for that particular product. So it's really a great option with Google. You also have call ads. So when we say call ads, really, call-only ads are great for mobile. So when you run advertisements on Google, if you have a phone number associated with your business, you can certainly add that phone number to the ad. So if somebody's searching on their mobile device and your ad is displayed along with your number, if they click on your number, they're actually going to call your business, and Google can track that. They can track how many people click on your number and even turn that into a conversion for you. So if you have a phone number associated with your business, it's wise to go ahead and set up what we call a call extension as part of the ad, because if somebody sees that ad with that phone number on mobile, it allows them to easily just click on the number and call your business. And so Google can track calls as well. So keep that in mind if you have a phone number and you want to associate that phone number with an ad. Okay, so let's move over to where is Google showing your ads. I showed you an example of Google search. So we looked at text ads, we looked at shopping ads on Google Search Network. So Google Search Network really allows you to advertise on Google Search. So with Google Search, if I go back to Google Search and I go to all, I typed in running shoes. Okay, here I can see shopping ads. Here I can see a couple of text ads. So you have the opportunity, if you're running only text ads, to show at the top. And if you're not at the top, then Google will place you at the bottom. So it really depends on the keyword that somebody's querying in Google search. So it really depends on how many people are advertising. And so what Google does, if I didn't have any shopping ads here, Google will list a maximum of 4 text ads at the top. And at the bottom, any other ads that weren't shown at the top will get placed at the bottom. So ideally, if you're running text ads on Google, you want to make sure you're always at the top. And I would say between positions 1 and 3. You always want to make sure you're at the top. Okay, so you can certainly measure that. Remember, Google has measured performance. So you can measure everything about your ad. So if you're going to advertise on Google with a text ad, you want to make sure you're always at the top. So let's have a look at the different types of search networks that Google Ads is affiliated with. So the first is Google Search. Okay, so let's focus on Google Search. And so basically when we say Google Search or search sites, we really mean google.com or all Google search engines for that matter. So if you want to advertise to a mass audience, you want to probably start with google.com because, again, millions of people use it on a daily basis. And so if you're advertising on google.com, your ads will appear basically below or above the search results on a Google search. So if somebody searches for something, depending on the search query, they're going to see results. Now, depending on the device, also, so they could be on mobile or on desktop, they could see sponsored ads or paid ads, they could see local listings, and they could see organic search results. So for example, this is what an ad would look like. So let me show you what that looks like on Google search. So if we go, for example, to google.com and type in the keyword classes on digital marketing, we could see some search ads here. These ads appear above some featured snippets and the organic search results. Okay, so depending on a lot of different factors. Again, I've mentioned this throughout the webinar. There are a lot of factors in showing up in the top position, second position, third position, and so forth. Okay, if I scroll all the way to the bottom, you may even see ads down here, depending on how many people are actually bidding on the keyword phrase, classes on digital marketing. So we could see Simplilearn here in the second position. Why? Because again, I can see the logo ad here. Okay, so I can see Simplilearn using 3 headlines. I can see Simplilearn using their 2 description lines here. And I can see Simplilearn using some other extensions with the ad. Now, all of this is geared towards getting the click. So when you're on Google search, the whole idea is somebody's looking for something, you're offering that up, And so it doesn't even matter if you're in the top position. Ideally, you want to be in these top 3 positions in order to get the click. Okay, so that's the whole idea behind being on Google search. If you're on Google search, you have the opportunity to be at the very top of the search result or in the top 3 above local listings and above organic results. Now, if I change my search query and typed in coffee in San Francisco, my search results are going to be completely different. I'm going to see local listings here. Okay, so this is tied to Google My Business, not Google Ads. Okay, so this is completely different. So don't mix this up with running ads on Google search. So Google My Business is tied to local listings or Google Maps. And again, with desktop, which is what I'm showing you the search result on, you're going to see likely Google local listings above organic results. Okay, and if I go back to my previous query of classes on digital marketing, I'm going to be able to see paid search results above local and organic listings. So in other words, if you're running ads, ads are going to trump any other type of result on Google search if you can be in positions 1 through 3. Now, in addition to Google.com, Google also has something called Google Search Partners. So if you set up an account and you set up a campaign in Google Ads, you have the option to choose Google Search as your network. And then as an alternative or an additional option, you can advertise on Google Search Partners sites. And so some of their search partners can range. So basically, these are sites that have partnered up with Google that's allowing Google to show ads on their site. So the sites can range anywhere between YouTube to Amazon to New York Times. Let's take a look at an example. It could even be another search engine. So if I go to, say, ask.com and type in classes on digital marketing, it's a completely different search engine, but I can see the same ad for Simplilearn. So I could see a different headline here actually, but I could see the description and I could see some site link extensions. And so notice the ad is still at the top. In this case, it's in position 1, and I can see multiple companies running advertisements. Why? Because I could see ad next to it, and I could see those over organic listings. So these are Google Search Partner listings. So you can opt in to be on other partner sites that Google or other sites that Google has partnered up with. So you have options outside of Google search, and that option is the display network. So the display network allows you to advertise elsewhere, which is outside of Google search. And if you're going to advertise on Google's display network, you have more ad formats available to you, including image and including video. For example, your ad can be found on a specific website. If you choose to advertise on the NewYorkTimes.com or WebMD or Marriott.com, you could certainly do that. Okay, you just need to tell Google, hey, this is the site I want to advertise on. So some of the advantages of being on the display network. So if you don't want to advertise on Google search, okay, Google.com, you can certainly go to display. And on the display, if you're running display ads or even video ads, you're going to grab the attention of potential customers because of the format of the ad. Okay, so putting your ads in front of people early on in the buying cycle can have a very positive effect. So you're basically reaching out to a large number of people on Google's display network and giving them an opportunity to see who you are as a brand and giving them an opportunity to see what your product is all about. So for me, the display network is a good opportunity to get your product and service in front of a lot of people. Because the way the display network works is it's millions of websites who want to have advertising on their site. And so you can really pick and choose a specific site where your audience is going to be and get your ad in front of that audience. So you can really retarget to potential customers. So retargeting, as we said earlier, is really reaching out to people who have already been to your website and didn't perform a particular function that you wanted them to perform. Meaning, somebody came to your website from paid search on google.com. And they went to page A and then they left. So you really wanted them to go to page B, add a product to a shopping cart, and check out and purchase that product. However, if they didn't do that, you could certainly run ads knowing that they've been to page A and page B. And you can offer up that specific ad to that person who's been to your website. And so that's what retargeting really is all about, and you can retarget on Google's display network. So remarketing your product to people who have previously visited your website or even your app allows you to really get your ad in front of a qualified audience. And so you could take advantage of analytics. So Google's ads has all the information you need. So let's actually take a look at some of these options in Google Ads for the display network. So if I actually go to Google Ads and I actually go to display campaigns, I can see I have a lot of different options available to me. So if I click on keywords, for example, okay, I can choose keywords for my display campaign. So what Google does, if you choose keywords, basically what they're doing is they're going to contextually place your ad based on the keyword. Okay, so that's an option for you. If you're not sure what websites to be on with the display network, you can certainly just add keywords, and based on those keywords, Google will place your ad on websites that they deem relevant to the keywords you choose. So you can also choose demographics. So on the display network, you can say, hey, Google, I only want to advertise to say 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds. And so based on that, Google is going to place your ads on websites related to that age demographic you're interested in. On the display network, you can also choose topics. So if there's a specific topic that you want your ad to be associated with, you can certainly do that. So Google has a number of different topics at their disposal. So here, if I just choose a particular ad group, now I have specific topics that I can choose, from arts and entertainment, food and drink, to news, to pets and animals. And so under each one of these topics, I can get really specific. So if I go under science, I can see subcategories under the topic science. I can see chemistry and physics and scientific institutions and equipment. So I can really pick and choose specific topics where I want my ads to be shown. As I mentioned already, you can pick and choose specific placements. Okay, so if you have a specific website that you want your ad to be shown on, you can certainly let Google know. Okay, you can also advertise on Gmail. You can also advertise on YouTube. So you can really pick and choose where you want your ads to be shown. So you have all these different options available to you. To me, one of the best options for advertising on the display network, because when you tell Google you have a specific audience you want to target, and that audience could be somebody who went to a specific page or somebody who went to your website and didn't convert. You can associate that audience with the campaign. And when you associate that audience with a campaign, you can retarget them with an ad. So the display campaign is very powerful with Google because you have all these different options available to you. So with Google Ads, you can also determine how well you're reaching your goals, which websites you're running your ads on, which ads are bringing in clicks, and which site gives you maximum value for the minimum cost. So you can see all that in Google Ads. So when I actually pick and choose how I want to target, I can certainly measure that. So for example, audiences or demographics. For example, if I go back to demographics, I have all this data that Google's collected on my advertising. So I can see, for example, by age range, based on my campaign, how many clicks, how many impressions. Impressions are how many times my ad's been seen. Click-through rate, meaning the rate at which people see my ad and are clicking on my ad. How much I'm paying per click. CPC is cost per click. Total cost. And conversions. How many conversions am I getting? So I could see all this data available to me in Google Ads. So it's a very powerful platform for measuring performance. Okay, let's talk about how you can create a Google ad. Okay, so first thing you want to do is you want to set up your campaign, and you want to align a goal with that campaign. Just like we talked with ads related to Facebook, you always want to align a goal with your campaign. Just like we talked about there, we want to do the same thing here on Google. So we have a number of different options at our disposal. So when you run a campaign, why are you running the campaign? So if you're in just to drive traffic or you're trying to generate brand awareness, okay, great. You can still set up that campaign. You're just going to choose the display network. Okay, the display network allows you to get your ad out there on millions of websites so that people can actually see what your brand, product, or service is all about. Now, if you're into direct response, meaning you're in it for sales and leads, then you probably want to choose potentially Google Search Partners as a network. Okay, not display, but Google Search and the partner sites, okay, on Google Search. So by choosing Google Search as your network, it's direct to response. So somebody's typing in a keyword query and you're responding. So that's the whole idea behind Google Search, is we want to meet somebody halfway. We want to be able to offer up the product or service they're looking for. So if sales and leads are what your campaign goal is all about, then you want to go Search Network with the option to choose Google Search Partners. Okay, again, if you're into, driving brand awareness or product and brand consideration, then maybe you should choose the display network. The bottom line is you need to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. That's the very first step and most important step, is to figure out what the goal is of the campaign. And once you've decided that, then it's on to setting up the campaign. And in Google, you're always going to have at least one ad group. And what makes up an ad group? Keywords and ads. So ideally, when you set up a campaign on Google Search Network, you're going to choose keywords. And those keywords should be tightly knitted or tightly themed, or in other words, be all relevant to one another in an ad group. So that's what an ad group is. Keywords that are relevant to one another. Okay, in that ad group, you're also going to have an ad. So when you choose your keywords, you're going to write an ad for those keywords. So step 3 is after you set up the ad group and choose your keywords, you're going to create an ad. So let's take a look at how that looks in Google Ads. So if I go to Google Ads, I can see I already have an account set up. I have a couple of campaigns. So let's just say I have this campaign set up here. I'm just going to call it industrial campaign. Okay, and if I choose industrial campaign, okay, I'm going to then be asked to set up an ad group. Now, if I set up an ad group already, in that ad group should be keywords and ads. Okay, so remember, when you set up an ad group, you want to choose your keywords first. Okay, and those keywords should be all related to one another. So for example, I could see an ad group here called Fig Concentrate. Well, if I click on this ad group and I look at the keywords, they should all be related to Fig Concentrate. So here we go. We can see a few keywords in this ad group. In fact, I have 10 of them, all related to Fig Concentrate. So it's very, very important from a quality score perspective. If you remember, when we're talking about quality score is based on landing page experience, expected click-through, and the ad relevancy to the keyword. So if you can choose an ad group and have all your keywords related to one another, like I do here with Fig Concentrate, then it's easier to write an ad. Okay, so here I have 10 keywords all related to Fig Concentrate. So now, if I go to ads and extensions in the Google Ads platform, we can see here, I already have a couple of ads going. Okay, so ideally, if I wanted to, I can run more than just 2 ads. As a best practice, you want to have at least 2 ads. Why? Because these 2 ads are going to be served up against each other. And ideally, the whole idea of running more than 1 ad is what Google can do is start serving up the ad that is performing better in terms of click-through rate or in terms of conversions. Okay, so it doesn't hurt to even add 1 or 2 more ads. So here I'm going to go ahead and add 1 more ad here. Okay, so if I click on that plus button, I have a bunch of options here. I'm going to go ahead and choose text ad because I'm running this campaign on the search network. And my goal is to get sales, not leads, sales. So I want sales. I want somebody to click on my ad, go to my website, and purchase some Fig Concentrate. So that's my goal. And so if I'm on the search network, I can only have text ads. So I'm going to choose text ad. And once I choose text ad, then I have the option now to go through and create a new ad. Okay, so what Google actually does is they populate the ad from previous ads. And so this gives me an opportunity to tweak one of the ads I already have in place. So here you can see I have a final URL, and that's the URL that the traffic is going to go to when they click on your ad. Okay, so if somebody clicks on the ad, that's the page they're going to go to. Call that the final URL. Now I have an option to create up to 3 headlines. So here I can see headline 1, up to 30 characters. I have my brand name. Headline 2, I have something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. So what am I talking about? Fig concentrate. Okay, again, up to 30 characters. Now, that includes spaces. So if you happen to go over 30 characters, your ad's not going to get approved. So here you can see 32 over 30. I'm 2 characters over. If I just get rid of that, the ad is okay. So you got to be careful to stay within the boundaries of the character limits, including spaces. So here I got headline 2 is fig concentrate. Now I'm going to write headline 3. This is new. So this is recently implemented by Google, and I highly recommend that all the fields available to you, you use. Because the more information you can put in an ad, the better it is for not only your ad, but for the end user. Because if somebody's searching and looking for fig concentrate, and you provide them with as much information as possible, then the chances of them clicking on your ad are going to be greater. And that's what we want. If we're going to advertise, we want to advertise so that people can see our ad and click on our ad. That's the whole point, isn't it? To get people to click on our ad because they're looking for something that we're offering. In this example, fig concentrate. So here I have headline 3. I'm going to go ahead and put something in a headline 3, maybe a promotion. Let's just say I'm offering up 20%. So I can say up to 20% off through April and May. Now you see I'm running into the character count, so I'm just going to go ahead and keep it at April. So up to 20% off through April. Now I can create another ad and maybe change the headline to say up to 20% off through May. So you want to take advantage of all 3 headlines. Now notice when I added the headline here, I can see a preview of it on mobile, and I can see a preview of it on desktop. Now underneath that I have what they call the display path. So what Google does is they take your domain, in this case valleyfig.com, and you can basically customize that domain with what they call a path. So you have path 1, path 2, and the whole point of this is for you to customize it based on the keywords you are bidding on. So if I'm bidding on fig concentrate, I'm going to put fig concentrate in here. Now remember, when somebody actually clicks on my ad, they're not going to go to valleyfig.com/fig/concentrate. They're going to go to the URL up here under final URL. So you want to make sure you put a path in here. Ideally, what I would do is put in something related to the keyword I'm bidding on. In this case, fig concentrate. Now I have an opportunity to add a new description, a second description. This is new, and I have up to 90 characters. So I can go ahead and add some content. So remember, with description 2, I have up to 90 characters. So I'm just going to go ahead and borrow some copy from the website if I'm not actually sure what to write. And so here you can see fig concentrate is a natural product containing no preservatives or additives. So that's my second description. So now I can go ahead and save and create extensions. So I'm just going to go ahead and push the button save and create extensions. And when I do that, I'm going to be prompted to go ahead and create some ad extensions. And so ad extensions allow me to add in links, site links underneath the ad, just like you see here. So when you've added your site link extensions and other extensions, you save it, you'll be able to see your new ad here. Here we can see the ad we created. Okay, notice it's got the 3 headlines. Notice it's got the 2 descriptions. And if I want to edit, I can just click edit ad and go ahead and edit it. If I don't want to edit it, then I don't have to. I can always go back. So you can always edit an ad after it's been created. Okay, if not, no big deal. Notice when you actually create your ad, in some cases, Google's going to review it to make sure it fits within Google's guidelines and policies. But once it's approved, you'll see it under, you'll see approved under the status column. And that's pretty much how you would go ahead and create a text ad. Okay, so when it does get approved, it's going to be in the rotation with the other two ads. And so what Google's going to do is serve up each ad equally, and then eventually the ad that is performing best will get served up more. And that way you're putting your best ad always in front of the user who's looking for the product and service you're offering. So now let's talk about the metrics. So associated with these keywords, these ads, these ad groups, and campaigns. So there are a lot of metrics in Google Ads, a lot of metrics. And we're not even going to cover most of these metrics. We're just going to cover what I deem the most common, the most important metrics to get you going. So if you find yourself advertising, whether that be on Google's search network or Google's display network, you're going to have some common metrics. And here are the metrics that we're going to focus on today. So you have impressions, cost, clicks, average CPC, conversions, cost per conversion, CTR or click-through rate, and quality score. So let's go through these metrics here and talk about what they are. So impressions, really it's the number of times your ad's been shown on that particular network, whether it's Google search or display. And so an impression is just how many times somebody actually seen your ad. Okay, whether they actually physically seen it or not, if your ad is shown up on that network, then an impression is going to get counted. So here, if we're looking at ads, we can see we have over a period of time certain amount of impressions. Okay, so that's how many times this particular ad has been shown. So this particular ad here, the first one at the top, has been shown 557 times over this period of time, which is year to date. Okay, so that's an impression. How many times your ad's been shown? So if we talk about cost, cost refers to the amount of money we've spent. So anytime your ad gets clicked, you're going to pay Google X amount. So if I go back to Google Ads, I can see what my total cost is. And not only can I see what my total cost is, I can see what my average cost per click is. And so there's a lot of factors that go into what you actually pay. And some of these factors are who else is advertising, where you're advertising, what network you're advertising on, what time of day, what particular keyword. And so there's a lot of factors. And so here I can see on average, year to date, I've spent $1.80 per click on this particular ad for a total of $32.33. So I can really see how much I've actually spent. And so clicks just refers to how many times somebody clicked on your ad. So if your ad's been shown, you need an impression. And when somebody sees your ad, they're going to click on your ad. So the whole idea is to get the click. Remember, you want to be in positions 1 through 3. So I want to make sure that my average position is between 1 and 3. And so if you're looking in Google Ads at metrics and you don't see average position, well, you can always add that as a column. So if I click on columns here, and then I go to competitive metrics, and I click on average position, and I'm going to move average position all the way to the top here. So if I click move average position all the way at the top, I'm going to be able to see what my average position is over that particular period of time. So here I can see I'm in positions 1 through 3. And that's where you want to be. You want to be in positions 1 through 3. So if you're in positions 1 through 3, that means you're at the top if you're on Google search, or that means you're in a prominent position on the display network. So if your ad is shown, meaning it gets an impression, then likely somebody's going to click on that ad. And if somebody clicks on that ad, it's going to generate a click, which in turn is going to generate cost. And so ideally what you want to do is you want to measure the rate at which people click on your ad based on how many times it was shown. So here I can see 28 clicks over 3,549 impressions. That's a 0.79% click-through rate. So ideally, the higher the click-through rate, the better the ad. And the higher the click-through rate, the chances are you're going to get more traffic to your site. So we want to be able to measure clicks, and we want to be able to measure click-through rate, and we also want to measure cost per click, which is really the total cost divided by the number of clicks. So if I go back to Google Ads, here I can see, $17.57 over 28 clicks, that averages out to about 63 cents per click. So that's how I get cost per click. Now your cost per click is going to vary a little bit. Okay, so it's going to vary based on keyword. It's going to be based on where you're advertising, what position, etc. So there's a lot of factors involved with cost per click. But that's how you would actually calculate it. But Google Ads actually does the calculation for you for click-through rate and cost per click. But in case you want to know, you can always divide clicks into cost. Okay, so conversions, probably one of the most important metrics you're going to use in Google Ads because you're paying Google. And if you're paying Google for advertising, you want to make sure you're getting return on your investment. So conversions are added when a user clicks on your ad and performs an action that you've defined, such as purchasing something, downloading something, viewing something, signing up for a newsletter, etc. So you want to make sure that if you're in Google Ads, that you're measuring conversions. And so you simply want to go to Tools. So if you go to Tools and then click on Conversions, you want to make sure that you're running conversions. Ideally, what you want to do is you want to run conversions from Google Analytics, but you can certainly set up conversions within Google Ads as well. Notice I also have call from ads as set up as a conversion. So you have an opportunity in Google Ads to add a number of different conversions, and the more conversions you add, really the better off you are because you want to measure up all your campaigns against conversions. If I go back to campaigns, I want to be able to see what campaigns are driving conversions. And if I can measure that, and I have a campaign that's really driving conversions, then I'm going to continue to advertise on Google. Okay, so here, over this particular period of time, I can see one campaign has driven 9 conversions at $128.67 cost per conversion. And so how do I get cost per conversion? Well, I get my total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then I could see my conversion rate, the rate at which people convert. So really, if I have 241 clicks and 9 conversions, that's 9 divided by 241, that's 3.77% conversion rate. So I can measure conversion rate, cost per conversion, and conversion just by setting up conversions in Google Ads. And so ideally, if you're going to pay Google for advertising, you want to be able to measure return on investment via conversions. So again, see, cost per conversion is just really the total cost divided by the number of conversions. And then click-through rate, again, just as a reminder, the total clicks divided by the total number of impressions. And then one other metric we're going to talk about here today is quality score. So quality score is really Google's way of measuring how well your keywords are compared to the ad associated with it, the expected click-through rate, and the landing page. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads. So if I go back to Google Ads and I click on keywords, quality score is something you want to measure. And if you don't have it in your columns, you could certainly just click on columns and add it. And so here I can see my quality score. And quality score is a measurement between 1 and 10. And so if you have a good quality score, Google's going to score you higher because your keyword is relevant to your ad, it's relevant to the landing page, and you have a good expected click-through rate. If you don't have a good quality score, Google's going to let you know why you don't have a good quality score. So again, your 3 categories that make up quality score are landing page experience, which means really Google looking at the landing page you're sending people to, and they're seeing if the page loads well, fast, does it have ads, does it have good content, is it a good landing page? Will the end user have a good experience? They also look at the ad relevance. Okay, is the ad relevant to the keyword? And they'll also look at the expected click-through rate. Okay, so based on other advertisers and their click-through rate, are you achieving the same click-through rate? And so those 3 factors make up quality score. Quality score is a metric assigned to keywords. So if you don't have a good quality score, you need to fix it because the repercussion is you're going to have to pay more. So having a good quality score likely means you're going to pay less per click. So you want to make sure that if you bid on a keyword, that the keyword goes to a relevant landing page, the ad itself is relevant, and you're getting a good click-through rate. So quality score is the backbone of Google Ads and how it works. So you want to make sure you have a good quality score. So optimizing your ads. So what if you don't have a good quality score? What if you're not getting conversions? Well, there's things you can do. So remember, we want to make sure that we're adding extensions, whether that be call, site link, review, app. Add extensions to your ads because it's going to increase the click-through rate. So you can also really hone your ad copy. If you're selling products and you're running promotion, maybe you want to add in a little sense of urgency to help people, realize, hey, if this promotion's ending, maybe I want to click on the ad and take action. Okay, with Google Ads, you can always run A/B testing on ads. And so what you could do is run 2 ads in one ad group and see what ad is performing best in terms of click-through rate or conversion rate. And whatever ad is running better, you can always run that ad and then continue more testing. So that way you're always putting your best forward in terms of advertising. In the ad copy, whether that be text or display, you always want to use call to action. You want to get people to click on your ad. When somebody clicks on your ad, it's going to improve click-through rate. Click-through rate improves quality score. So as I mentioned several times already, you want to make sure your ads are placed at the top between positions 1 and 3 on Google search. So you can measure ad position in Google Ads, and if you're not ranked between 1 and 3, you want to increase your bid. Okay, you can also optimize for local search. So local is an ad extension that you can add to your ad. You can also advertise at a time when your audience is online, or you can advertise during business hours only. So you can adjust when you advertise on Google. Ensure some of your ads, capitalize on some particular events that are related to your industry. So you can capitalize on that. Okay, you can certainly ask Google to accelerate your ads, okay, or you can do standard delivery so Google can spread out your clicks and show your ads throughout the day. Google search is all about keywords, so you want to be able to pick and choose the right keywords first. You can also add negative keywords. So if you're bidding on a specific industry, let's just say you have software and you want somebody to sign up for your particular piece of software, but you don't offer a free trial, then maybe you want to add free as a negative keyword. So if you don't offer anything for free, free should be a negative keyword. So if somebody actually does type in looking for free software, then your ad's not going to show up. So that's the whole idea behind negative keywords. Okay, you can use dynamic keyword insertion into your ads, meaning you can ask Google, hey, I want to dynamically insert a keyword into my ad that somebody uses to make your ad more relevant. So relevancy increases click-through rate and improves quality score. So as you can see, there's a lot of things you can do. Here's some more things. You can use branded keywords. You can use particular match types in Google. So let's talk about match types for a second. So you have different match types. If I go back to Google Ads, here I can see my keywords that I'm bidding on. So by default, if you actually bid on a keyword, it's going to be broad match. And so if I bid on the keyword medical computer, if somebody typed in something related to medical and included the keyword medical but not computer, then my ad may show up. However, I can make it exact match, so somebody can type in exactly only medical computer. So if I click edit and I can change the match type for that particular keyword to exact, then that means that somebody that types in only medical computer, my ad is going to show up. I can basically do phrase match, so if somebody types in looking for something that's going to help me with medical computers, okay, that's a long tail phrase keyword query, but the keyword medical computer is in that order, so my ad is going to show up. Okay, so with phrase match, your ad is going to show when somebody types in that keyword you're bidding on in that order. You also have broad match modifiers, so if you have a plus sign in front of the keyword, then that means that somebody actually has to use that keyword in the query in order for your ad to show up. Okay, so you could change the match type of any keyword. So if you use an exact or phrase, then chances are you're going to have lower volume of queries, but probably higher relevancy. If you use a broad match, then your ad could show up for any combination of search queries. So you really want to be careful on the match type that you choose. So keep an eye on quality score. Remember, Google has quality score between 1 and 10. The higher your quality score, the better you are. So really, if you have a quality score, I would say anything below 4, you probably want to pause the keyword. Okay, so you can measure quality score at the keyword level. So if I go back to Google Ads and I have keywords that are, say, 3, chances are I'm going to have to pay more for the click and it might not be worth it. So I may want to end up pausing that keyword and try other keywords that are more relevant, that I can send traffic to a more relevant landing page, or I can have an ad that's more relevant to that keyword in order to help with the quality score. Okay, you can ensure that your landing pages are mobile friendly. So that's another thing you want to keep in mind, that most people start their search on mobile. So you certainly want to make sure that your landing pages are optimized, because if somebody starts the search on mobile, likes your product or service, chances are they're coming back via desktop or even going into the store. Most searches start on mobile, so you want to make sure those pages are optimized. And there's plenty more things you can do to optimize your ads. You want to make sure you group and organize your keywords into relevant ad groups. Why? Because you can write relevant ads for those keywords. So if I go back to Google Ads, I want to make sure if I go to ad groups that the keywords in that ad group are all relative to one another. So what's my ad group name? Well, if it's medical PC, if I click on medical PC, I want to make sure the keywords in that ad group are all relative to medical PC. I want to structure my campaigns and ad groups to target more ads effectively. So you want to be able to, organize your campaigns and ad groups. And the rule of thumb here is you should organize your campaigns and ad groups based on the site architecture of your site. So the way your website is laid out in the navigation is how you should likely structure your campaigns and ad groups. Focus on your budget. Okay, so you want to put more budget to campaigns that are converting. Okay, you can use automatic bidding for ads to maximize results. So meaning that Google has what they call artificial intelligence. So Google can do a lot of the bidding and a lot of the managing for you. That's really a great benefit to running your ads on Google. So their machines are learning behavior from your keywords that you're bidding on. And so ideally, when they learn what's converting, they're going to bid more and try and help you get the conversion for the keywords that have historically converted. And so ideally, you can use some of the automated bidding features that Google Ads has to offer in order to improve performance.
Now, Google is the dominant search engine of the web. Customers turn to Google when they want to find information about products and services. That means people are actively seeking information to show your ads to active searchers, or people looking for your products and services. You can use Google Ads, which is Google's advertising program. In this lesson, you'll learn how Google Ads connects your business with customers so that you can reach your marketing goals. Now, by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand how Google Ads works, discuss the various targeting methods, and know the primary benefits of using Google Ads. That lets you connect your business with prospective customers. So for instance, let's say someone has a broken pipe in their house and they want to find a local plumber. They often turn to Google to search for their answers. Now, if you're buying a new house, you might search for real estate or mortgages or moving companies. All of these are searches that someone conducts every day. So to reach these searchers, you can use Google Ads. Now, Google Ads is a complex system made up of multiple networks, targeting options, ad formats, budget management, and so forth. So we need to take a look at how the system works to ensure you're targeting the users who can turn into customers. Now, it starts with picking targeting methods. This could be a user searching for a keyword in a specific geography on a specific device and operating systems. So we'll get more into targeting methods as we go through our lessons, so you can write effective ads for those targeting methods. you set a bid for how much you're willing to pay if someone clicks on your ad. Now, when someone does a search and it matches your targeting method, then your ad can be displayed. So if the user looks at your ad and says, "Yep, that's what I'm looking for," and the user clicks on the ad, they go to your site. Now, at that moment is when you pay for the click, or for any action that can happen from an ad directly, such as calling your company. Now, once users click on your ads, they go to your site. If they take an action, such as calling your company, or buying a product, or filling out a form, or just watching a video, then you can measure those actions. Now, this lets you see your data for each targeting method, keyword, and ad data to understand how each is performing. Now, we'll define this information as we go through our lessons, so you know what to look for to make data-driven decisions. Then, from those data-driven decisions, you can refine your targeting methods, test different ads, and set appropriate bids based upon how each click or interaction is worth to your business. Let's say that you're a plumbing company and you're only in Houston, Texas. So you could target only Houston, Texas with keywords such as broken pipes, remodeling kitchen, and other services that you conduct. Then for each of those keywords, you write an ad and set a bid. If someone is searching from within Houston for kitchen remodeling, they could see your ad. So if they were searching from Austin or California or Seattle and they're not in your targeting method, they can't see your ad. So it's important to think about, where are your customers? How are they searching? And then make sure your ads are compelling, and then you can turn those searchers into your next customers. Now, the first network is known as search. This is when someone inputs a keyword or a search query into a search engine and then sees results. There's more than 167 billion searches a month. Now, then there's another network that Google also supports, known as the display network. These are non-search places that can show ads. So Google Display Network is made up of more than 3 million websites and apps that encompass more than 1 trillion impressions a month. Now, these ad placements could be apps on your phone or a newspaper publisher site. With so many possible ad displays, your targeting methods help narrow down when your ad is displayed, so you can ensure only those who you want to see your ad will see your ad. The 3 primary targeting methods to think about initially are location, time of day or day of the week, and device. The location is where our ads are going to be displayed. This could be every country in the world, it could be a single state, it could be 10 states, it could be a radius around your business, or your PIN code. You have a lot of control and options over location targeting. And next we have time of day, and this could be time of day or even just day of the week. So let's say you have a call center that's only open from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Then you could run your ads only during those times, 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. Now, most companies run their ads all the time, but you can adjust when they do run. There are other considerations, such as you're a small business where you really only answer your phone from 8 to 4, so you could only run your ads during that time. Now, if you're a restaurant, you might want to run your ads later in the evening to take reservations. You can also choose the device and operating systems where you want your ads to run, such as mobile devices, tablets, computers, or all 3. So, for example, if you're a pizza delivery place, most pizza orders are now on mobile devices. So while you may be on all devices, mobile is your primary one. Then you pick your location based upon your delivery area, and then finally you choose the time of day for when your business is open and actively delivering pizzas. Now, if you're a large SaaS company and you're international, your locations might be worldwide. So we want to think about breaking down our ads and keywords by languages or regions. So we'll get more into how these breakdowns occur in the account. But our location could be worldwide, our time of day is 24/7, and our devices are just all devices. So you have a lot of control of your targeting methods and how people can see your ads, both when and where. Keyword is an object you put into your Google Ads account. Now, a search term or search query is what a user types into a search engine to see results. So when this search term matches your keyword, then your ad can be displayed. So if you're a modeling company and you do kitchens and bathrooms and room additions, but maybe you don't do basements, you could pick kitchen remodeling keywords and bathroom remodeling keywords, but ignore basement keywords because you don't do that type of remodeling work. Now, you can also choose demographics, such as age, gender, and income level. If you're a high-end art dealer, you might only sell to the top 30% of income levels. If you're selling female-only clothing, then you could target just females. Now, in addition, we can do things like behavioral targeting, which is based upon how people use our websites. This is sometimes known as remarketing. If someone came to your site and they added items to a shopping cart, but they didn't check out, we know they're almost ready to buy. Therefore, you could target those users differently than someone who's never been to your website. Let's say a user searches for accounting services on Google in Maryland in the US anytime during the week. They could see an ad for a local Maryland accountant. Now, let's say you run a call center for mortgage leads and you're only open on the weekdays. Then you could run your ad for the entire country only during Monday to Friday during the hours your call center is open, and only show an ad if someone searches for mortgage rates, mortgage quotes, and so forth. So as we think about our targeting, it's where our customers are located, what they are looking for, the devices they are on, and the types of people we want to serve ads to. Now, Google Ads is an auction-based system. You set a bid based upon what you believe a click is worth to you. And then Google looks at your bid and the relevancy of your ads. And they do this for all the other advertisers as well. Then they order the ads in the search results or across display properties based upon both the bid and the relevancy. Now, this is an important consideration, as useful ads are as important as your bids in determining position. So we'll get into this later when we look at organization. Now, it's not just who bids the most that will get you into position one. Is your ad relevant to the user? There's a lot of ways to make things relevant, and we'll walk through this later. Now, if a user sees your ad, you don't pay anything. Only if a user clicks on your ad do you pay the search engine. That's why it's called pay-per-click advertising, is you only pay when someone clicks on the ad. Now, you can then measure results, such as acquired customers, return on ad spend, revenue, and so forth. Now, based upon the results you're receiving from Google Ads, you can then refine your ads or change your bids based upon what those clicks are worth to you. When we think about the Google Ads benefits, we often call them the 3 R's: reach, relevance, ROI. Now, from a reach standpoint, Google Search and the display networks have tremendous reach. They can help you reach your target audience because your target audience is probably using Google, whether it's on search or display or both. So the advertising system has the reach that encompasses your potential customers. And next, think about relevance. This is a big thing in advertising. Are you relevant to the users? Right? Searchers are often resistant to ads. That's why if you're watching TV and a commercial appears, you might hit the fast forward button or switch the channel. When the ad is relevant, users like ads. They'll interact with them if they're useful and they're relevant. So you can target users based upon many criteria, which means your ad should be relevant to users, especially on search when you pick keywords that represent your business. As someone is actively searching for that word, that means they're looking for a solution. So when users see relevant ads, they're more likely to click and do business with your company. Now, finally, we have ROI, known as return on investment, as our third benefit. Return on ad spend, ROAS or ROI, let us know how profitable a channel is. Now, as you can measure results from your ad spend, you can make data-driven decisions based upon how users are interacting with your ads and how they're becoming customers. So Google Ads has the reach that encompasses your users. When you make good accounts and you have good account structure, which we'll get into later videos, you can ensure your ad is relevant to users. So they'll click on the ads and come to your website so you can turn them into customers. Now with analytics and conversion tracking, you can see exactly how much that person's worth to you. So then you can adjust your reach and your relevance data to ensure that your return on investment is fantastic from using Google Ads as a marketing channel. So Google Ads accounts have multiple levels of structure. In order for you to be able to control how users can view, interact with your ads, along with your budget and bid controls. Now in this lesson, we'll examine each level of hierarchy so you can understand how average accounts fit together and how data flows throughout your account. So by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to understand account level settings, understand campaign targeting options, and discuss the purpose of an ad group. So when we look at the overall account hierarchy, it starts where we have an account. Then an account can be made of one or more campaigns. Then each campaign can have one or more ad groups. And then finally, ad groups are a collection of ads and keywords. So as we look at accounts, campaigns, and ad groups, each level has different items you set with it. So we're going to look individually at each of these items to see how you can use various settings at each level. Now at the account level, we have several options that we can set. The first is account access. This is who can log in and access your data. So when you open an account, you'll use a Google account. Now this doesn't have to be a Gmail address. You can make your own email address for your company, a Google account, and then use that for login purposes. But then you can give others access to your account as well. From a security standpoint, it's useful just to have one administrator who gives access levels to other individuals. That way, if someone leaves your company or no longer needs access to your data, you can disable just that access point instead of using shared account logins. Now you'll also choose your time zone. Now some items such as time zone and currency cannot be changed once you open the account. So you'll pick your time zone, and when you think about it, it's useful to have your analytics, your server, and your marketing, such as your Google Ads account, on the same time zone. Now because if you've got an Ads account in Pacific time and your server's in Eastern time, there's a 3-hour period of time a day when your data doesn't agree with each other. So it's useful to sync servers, Google Ads account, analytics, so forth into a single time zone. Now you'll also choose your currency. Do you want to be billed in euros or dollars or pounds or Canadian dollars and so forth? Again, currency can't be changed once you've set up your account as well. And then you have billing. How are you going to pay for the clicks that you accrue? And then you can connect other accounts to your Google Ads account, such as Google Analytics, Google Merchant Center, Firebase, etc. So if you're using multiple systems, you can connect them all together at the account level so they can all use the same data. And then you have notification settings. How do you want to be notified of suggestions or disapproved ads and so forth? In some preferences, like display language, number formats, etc. So that when you open an account, the two most important options really to think about though are time zone and currency. They can't be changed. You can change your billing later on, or you can change who has account access and preferences, but time zone and currency are set once your account is open. Let's look at the campaign settings. You have an account. An account can be made up of one or more campaigns. So a campaign setting is where you're going to tell Google Ads how to show the ads and keywords within that campaign. So first we have the network. Do you want to be on search network, display network, or potentially both? And when you're first starting, search is the best place to start because users are actively looking for solutions. So you could have one campaign that's search and another campaign that is display. Now we choose our devices at the campaign level as well. So we might be on all devices. We could be on just mobile devices or just computers or just tablets. Now if we want to run our ads at certain times of day or day of the week, we also set those in the campaign settings. So if you only want your ads to run Monday to Friday, you can choose those options at the campaign level. Now, if say you want your brand terms to run all of the time, and then you have other keywords you only want to run Monday to Friday, then you can use two campaigns. Campaigns can have different settings from each other. So you could have one campaign for your lead gen keywords that runs Monday to Friday. Clicks go to a call center. Then you can maybe have another campaign That's brand terms that runs all 7 days of the week and they're in another campaign. So that way you can segment out which items run when. Now locations are also set up at the campaign setting. So if you're a multi-location business, you've got one location in Houston, another in Seattle, another in New York, and you only want to run ads in those geographies. You could either put one campaign together and target all 3 of those locations for a single campaign. Now, all those locations would use the same ads and keywords. Or you can make a campaign for each location. And if you make a campaign by location, then any other settings such as time of day or budgets, which use campaign settings, can be customized for each location. Your bid method is also a campaign setting. So with bid methods at a high level, there's 2 types. One's manual, where you set the bid yourself, and another is automated, where you're setting a goal for the system and the system is bidding on your behalf. And then you have budget, how much you're willing to spend on a daily basis. So if you have one location and you want to spend $100 a day, and then you have another location where you want to spend $500 a day, that would be 2 different campaigns, so you can have different budgets for each of the campaigns. So when you want a campaign level setting to be different for some reason, a set of keywords, location, or something else, that's one of the reasons to make a different campaign. So if you want certain ads to run only in certain locations, only certain times a day, if you have budgets by product line, you need to use different campaigns to control those items. So when you think about budget management, if you want a different budget by product line, you make each product line its own campaign. So when we think about search, here's a couple examples of how we might set up campaigns. We might have one campaign, it's on search, it's on all devices, it's only set to the country of, say, the United States. It uses an automated bid system that can spend $100 a day. We might have another campaign. It's on search. It's only on desktops. It's set to France. It's based on manual bidding. It has a $50 a day budget. So when you want these campaign level settings to be different, that's one of the main reasons to create a new campaign for the ads and keywords that are inside of that campaign. Now, ad groups are a collection of keywords and ads, and only an ad from that ad group that contains the same keyword that matched to a search query, right, can be displayed. So ad groups should be closely related collections of keywords and ads. So when you think about the work involved in setting up a Google Ads account, it's really quick just to make an account. It can be very quick to make a campaign. But where you're going to slow down and spend your time is thinking about your ad groups. Someone did a search. They are looking for something. They're going to then see an ad. So that ad is going to take them to a page of your website. So you want that user experience to be very cohesive. So you may have one campaign. The campaign could have 20 or 50 or 1,000 ad groups in it, right, for each type of idea that you're advertising. So if you want to show a user a different ad based upon their search term changing, you want a different ad group. Let's say we sell shoes. Now we sell hiking boots, we sell running shoes, we sell dress shoes. Now what we don't want to do is put all of those in one ad group. Because if someone searches for hiking boots versus a running shoe versus a dress shoe, you want a different ad. There's not a good ad that explains all those concepts. So we could write an ad, shoes for sale, right? But shoes for sale doesn't really speak to the user. If someone's doing a search for hiking boots, right, and they see an ad that says shoes for sale and another ad that says hiking boots for sale, right, walk on the trails comfortably, right, they're going to look at the one that says shoes for sale and say, it's not relevant to what I'm looking for. And the ad that mentioned the product they searched for, hiking boots, would be relevant. We get a lot more of those clicks and conversions. So why we may take some keywords like hiking boots, trail hiking boots for sale, best hiking boots, and put them in an ad group together, right? We make an ad only for those keywords. So we create an ad, hiking boots for sale, walk the trails in comfort. But then someone searches for running shoes. That ad would not be a good result for them, right? Hiking boots an ad that they're looking for running shoes. So you'd want a different ad group for running shoes. So you might have keywords, running shoes, best running shoes, shoes for running, marathon, long distance running shoes, right? And then we can make an ad that says running shoes for sale, maximize your performance. Now, if we really focus on running shoes and that was our core business, then we wouldn't want to run just a running shoe ad because that's very general. We want to get more specific. If someone's running a marathon, they want long distance running shoes. Others want minimalistic running shoes. You'll see people search for running shoes with high arches or better arch support, wide box shoes. And so you can even get into those very specific terms to create ads for them in the ad groups. When you think about ad group structure, only the keywords in that ad group can show for that ad. Right? If we have two ad groups and someone searches for running shoes, right, they can't see our hiking boots ad because it's in a different ad group. They'd only see the running shoes ad. So you can make multiple ads in an ad group and do some ad testing to see which is best. So if we look at an ad group and we say, here's another keyword that we really want to look at and the ads we have aren't great for that keyword, we can move it to a new ad group. So we may have one ad group that's dress shoes, another for high heels, and we can make new ad groups for all of these items so that the ad and then where the user goes on your website, right, is specific to each of those types, that idea of keywords. So you might have many ad groups, but the trick about ad groups is you have a core set of keywords in each ad group, and then you have multiple ads in an ad group. And so as long as all the ads and the keywords are reflective of each other, then you've got a good ad group. Now, if an ad does not represent a keyword, that keyword should be in a different ad group. Settings are inherited downwards across the account. So for instance, the account level you set billing, the billing method is used by all the campaigns in the account, and all the ad groups. So you set access level by account. So anyone with account access level can see all your campaigns and ad groups. So then at the campaign level, we enter settings like budgets, location. So that goes from the campaign level is inherited down to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign that can show to all the users and a location that's set at the campaign level or budgets and so forth. So then that goes from campaign is inherited to the ad groups. So any ad group in the campaign can show where it may reach the campaign settings, such as location, or it uses that same budget. Right? All the ad groups in the campaign use a budget. So if we have different campaigns, then only the ad groups in that campaign would use that campaign's budget and that campaign's targeting method. So when you create a setting at the account level, it's used at the campaign level. And then anything at the campaign level is used at the ad group level. So if you create ad group level settings for something, you can set at the ad group. They're only used by the ads and keywords in that specific ad group. Ad group data is never inherited to another ad group. So setting hierarchy flows downwards across the account, from account to campaign to ad group, and then the ads and keywords. So the first step to getting started with Google Ads is opening an account. Now once you open an account, then you can fill in your billing information, add additional users, and connect your analytics account to your Google Ads account. So in this lesson, we will look at how to create the initial account. Now by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to open a Google Ads account, set permission levels and user access data, and then connect additional accounts. Now before you begin creating a Google Ads account, you'll need a Google account to access it. If you use Gmail, then you can use your Gmail account. If you want to use your business email, then you can create an account and use your business email address. You'll need to verify your account through a text message code or through an email to the email address you're using to access your Google Ads account. Now, once you've established how to access your Google Ads account, proceed to setting up your first campaign. Each person who can access your data should have their own login. This lets you choose their permission level, remove someone when they should no longer have access, and see what changes were made in the Change History tool, which logs changes by user access. Before adding a user, you should consider the permission level that the user needs. So for instance, if you want someone to see information but not change anything, you can give them read-only access. If you want a user to be able to make any changes but not add or remove other users, they can have standard access. By giving each user access, you can maintain control over your data and also add and remove other users as your need for accessing your data changes. There are times when you will want your Google Ads account to connect with other applications so they can share data back and forth. This is really common with Google Analytics. By connecting Google Analytics and Google Ads, you can see a lot of data in both places. In addition, you can create conversions or audience lists in Google Analytics and have them imported into Google Ads. If you're an e-commerce company, then you want to create a Google Merchant Center account and link it to your Google Ads account so you can create shopping campaigns. A common problem you might come across is that one email is the admin for one account and another email is the admin for your Google Ads account. You might need to give someone permission to log into Google Ads to connect accounts, or they might need to give you permission to access the accounts that you want to link to Google Ads, so you have the necessary permission levels in both places to connect the data. Once you have the necessary permissions in place, it's easy to connect other accounts to your Google Ads account using the Linked Accounts tool inside of your Google Ads account.
So I want you to imagine having the world at your fingertips, especially when it comes to advertising. Imagine having the entire world at your fingertips for advertising. So just imagine you have the ability to advertise your brand to any website in the world. Can you imagine that? Well, imagine having that entirety at your fingertips, the entire world. So it's not really an imagination. So no need to imagine anymore because Google Ads has come to the rescue. So no need to imagine, the world is at your fingertips. And why is it at your fingertips? Because of Google, and specifically Google Display Network. Okay, so we're going to talk about what the Google Display Network is. So let's start out by asking the question or answering the question, what is the Google Display Network? So Google has two networks basically. One, the search network, one, the display network. So you as an advertiser, if you want to advertise on Google, you have a choice. Can I go with Google Search or can I go with the display network? Well, the search network is for Google Search only. So if you want to advertise when somebody types in a keyword query and you want your ad to show up, that's the search network. So it looks something like this. Somebody types in a keyword, data science, and lo and behold, ads show up. And here you can see the first ad from Simplilearn. Why did that ad show up? Because Simplilearn was bidding on the keyword data science. And so that's how the search network works. You bid on keywords, somebody types in those keywords, and your ads show up in the search engine results at the top above organic listings. So that's the search network, and it just simply comprises of ads that respond to what people are querying. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So that's the search network. Today we're going to talk about the display network. Okay, the display network is a little bit different. So imagine you're on the lookout for a new shoe on Amazon as an example, but you don't end up buying the shoe. You're looking at shoes, you don't buy it. Well, you might have noticed in the past you've done something like that, whether it be shoes or shirts or coats or belts or cars or radios or headphones or phones. It doesn't really matter. You might have been looking at something and then notice an ad show up. It might have been exactly that same product, or might have been something similar to the product you were looking at but on the same website. So why does that happen? Well, it happens because Google's display network, specifically remarketing, which we'll talk about. So on Google's display network, you have the option to advertise that somebody's been on your website. So that's one of the powers and one of the features of Google's display network, and that's remarketing or retargeting somebody that's looked at your product. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into how the display network works. So if you're a customer, you go to a website and you leave that website, again, from a remarketing perspective, your product can appear on another site. Okay, so that's remarketing. So you can retarget that person who's been to your site. So that's, again, one great example of how to use the display network. In Google terms, we call it remarketing. And again, somebody goes to your website, they leave, in this example, not buying something. It could be a technology company where we want somebody to watch a video or download a PDF. Okay, whatever they do that you want them to do, but they don't actually do it, then you can go back and retarget them. So if they actually go to a page and look at your product but don't buy that product, then you have the opportunity to advertise to them again. So the whole idea is if you advertise them again, wow, that person can say, okay, I remember that. I was still interested in that product. Let me go back and purchase that product. So they go back to the site and make the purchase. So that's, again, the power of the display network. You can reach people who have been to your site before. So let's take another look here. So retargeting evolves around adding a piece of code or pixel on your website, which uses browser cookies to add website visitors to your audience. So let me just summarize that for you. So if you want to use the display network and you want to target people who have been to your website, well, you need to add a simple script or pixel, if you will, to your website. That's all. And so when somebody comes to your website, they're going to get cookied, and that cookie is stored in their browser. And so that's an important piece of the whole process because that's how Google determines who that visitor is. So without that cookie, then Google won't know to show your ad to them again. So that's the first piece in all this. So when somebody does get cookied, they're going to be added to that audience. And so when we say audience, we mean you as an advertiser defining who you want to retarget to. So in this example, we're talking about people who have looked at a product and didn't purchase. That could be a whole audience in itself. People who look at a product and don't purchase. It could be everyone who comes to your website. It could be only returning users. It could be only new users. You define the audience. But however you define that audience, they're going to get cookied and placed on a list. And when they're placed in that list, they're going to get shown the ad again. So past visitors will see your product ads when they're browsing the web, watching videos on YouTube, going through news sites, and so on. So if that's your audience list, past visitors, that's where they're going to be able to see your ad. Because Google's display network is much more than just websites. It's also YouTube. It's also news feeds. It's also social networking sites. So there's a lot involved with Google's display network. So the network involves several websites that are partnered up with Google, along with the likes of YouTube, along with the likes of millions of other websites. In fact, these websites together tally up to more than 2 million. That encompasses more than 90% of the internet. So you can imagine Google's display network is just made up of a bunch of websites, including YouTube. Okay, so you have the opportunity to really reach somebody that's been to your website before. So again, if they're past visitors and they looked at a product and they didn't purchase it, you have an opportunity to really put your ad in front of them on a lot of different websites. So that's just an intro about the display network. Remarketing is just one benefit. But let's take a step back. So we dove into the deep end with remarketing. Let's just separate out the two again, just so you're clear on what the display network is versus the search network. Well, let's go through some of the differences. So display network on the left, search network on the right. So the display network, as we just discussed, is great for retargeting people who have been to your website. Whether they're new users, returning users, users who looked at a product, users who added a product to your cart, users who looked at a specific page, whatever that behavior is, you're defining that. Now, the search network is usually for top of funnel. Why do we say top of funnel? Because users are actively searching for something. They're looking for a product. They're being active. So they're going to search and seeing who has that product. Okay, the display network, we know remarketing is a benefit, but usually it's bottom of funnel, like brand awareness. So if nobody knows who your brand is, is, or what your brand is, or what you have to offer, what your services are, then the display network, remember, made up of millions of websites, you have the opportunity to put your ad out there. Okay, so display bottom of funnel, search network top of funnel, somebody actively looking for something. Let's take a look at some other differences here. So display network, easier to advertise products that don't satisfy an immediate need. This is true because, again, if you have a new product, you want to get that product out there. You want people to just know about it. Some people may not be ready to buy that product, but at least they're going to know what the product's about. On the search network, on the other hand, if somebody's looking for something like a particular product that you're offering, then they could type in a keyword that describes that product, and wham, your ad can appear at the top. Okay, remember, top of funnel. So products and services usually fulfill a particular requirement. Now, the display network can be used to familiarize users to your brand. So again, going back to remarketing, somebody comes to your website, they really don't know who you are. Well, you can reach back out to them on the display network with another ad, retargeting. And that's how you can get users familiar with your brand. Where on the search network, users are shown ads based on what they search for. So it doesn't really matter if they know your brand or not. Hey, if they're looking for something and they're ready to buy and you have that product at the right price, then the chances of them converting are pretty good. So you're at the right place at the right time, where the display network's all about familiarity, retargeting to people with your brand, getting your brand out there, getting your product out there in front of millions of people. Now on the display network, users are shown these ads in over 1 million different websites. So with the display network, you have the opportunity to kind of hone in and pick and choose those websites. Where on the search network, users are shown ads in Google Apps and on the search engines. So you have the opportunity to place your ads not just on desktop search, but also on mobile and also on apps. Whereas, again, the display network is made up of much more. It's made up of websites, YouTube, apps, etc. Okay, the display network has a multitude of different formats. Okay, when we say different formats, we mean text ads, image ads, rich media ads, meaning ads that have some functionality to it, like movement, okay, and then video ads. Where the search network is really only text ads. And I say really only text ads, well, you can have image ads, those are called shopping ads, but mainly it's text ads. Where display network, you have an option between text, image, rich media, or video ads. So you can see the differences here, really. There are big differences between the two networks. Where search, you're just really responding what somebody's looking for. They're really active and ready to go. Display, hey, you're trying to reach out to these people. You're trying to introduce them to something. And in some cases with remarketing, you're reaching out to them again. Okay, you're trying to get them familiar with your product and brand, and you're trying to do that via video, via rich media, via regular image ad, via text ad. So you're trying to do it in a multitude of formats. So again, bottom of funnel for display, top of funnel for search. So that's an intro to the display network. Those are the differences between search and display. Now let's go through the steps of how to set up a campaign in Google Ads using the display network as our option. So here I am, I'm in Google Ads, I'm in an account, and I want to set up a campaign on the display network. So you can see here, if I'm in Google Ads, I've selected display campaigns. I can already see I have some display network campaigns set up. In fact, they're all remarketing campaigns. And so remarketing, remember, is targeting somebody who fits a list or description. Okay, so it could be somebody looking at a particular product. They get cookied, meaning that text file is going to sit on their browser, and then they're going to see your ad the next time they're on Google's display network, wherever site they may be. So we're reaching out to somebody who fits a particular description. Okay, so if we're going to set up a display campaign, meaning a campaign on Google's display network, we want to go to campaigns and we want to click on the plus button here. And we're just going to say new campaign. Now, we have the opportunity now to pick and choose what our goal is for that campaign. And so most of the time with display, you're going to choose brand awareness and reach. Okay, so here you can see the campaign types for brand awareness and reach, display and video. Usually when it comes to sales or leads, or even just driving traffic, okay, you might go with the search network. But if you're just really trying to just promote your brand, You may go with display because remember you have the option to get your ad in front of millions of websites. We're going to choose brand awareness and reach, okay, and we're going to choose the campaign type. So here you have display. We want to run different kinds of ads, or we can run just video. Okay, we want to run, if we're running video, we can reach and engage viewers on YouTube and across the web, meaning other websites. Okay, let's choose display here. So we're going to go ahead and just put our website in there. So our business's website. And when that loads up, we're going to have a number of different options available to us. So here we can name our campaign. Okay, so here you can see brand awareness and reach is the name of our campaign. And for now, we're just going to put test. Now we have the opportunity to choose our location. Here, we're going to choose the United States. We have, just like a search campaign, we also have languages and options. So with search, you have locations and languages. Same thing on display. So we're going to target English as our language. And what are we trying to do? What are we focusing on? Well, we want to get our product out there. So we're going to choose impressions, viewable impressions. That's really what we want to focus on. We want people to see our ad. Okay, so an impression is the number of times somebody sees your ad. Okay, so we have viewable impressions. That's what we want people to do. We want them to see our ad. And if you take a peek over here on the right side, you can see your targeting's reach. So we can reach over 10 billion plus in impressions, meaning that's a lot of eyeballs. The number of people looking at our ad right now is over 10 billion plus. Okay, so that's just gives you the scope and some idea of how big Google's display network is. So just like search, we could set a budget. I'm just going to choose $100 for now, and I can choose how to deliver that budget. Just like on search, I have standard accelerated. I can ask Google to speed up the spend, or I could just do regular standard, which means they're going to spend my budget evenly over a period of time, over the course of the day. Now, remember with display network, we have different options on ad types. We have text ads, rich media ads, regular image ads, and video. So we can rotate our ads how we like. So we could say, hey, look, I want to run my best performing ads. Okay, so that means I want Google to optimize for me. Meaning, if I have an ad that's performing better than some others, then I'm going to let Google run that one more. And that's the one I would recommend. But you do have other options here. You can just have them rotate evenly. You could say, hey, optimize for conversions. But it's really, remember, our goal here for the display is to get impressions, eyeballs. We're not interested in top of funnel conversions. In here, we could say rotate evenly, and that's not supported for display. So really our best option here is prefer best performing ads. We want our best performing ads to run. Okay, we have an option to schedule them. We have an option to start and end. Okay, and we have an option to set a cap. How many times we want somebody to look at that ad. So we can limit how many times our ad is shown to the same user. Okay, so we're going to let Google optimize how often your ads are shown. However, we do have the option to set that limit. Okay, so we could set the limit to X times per day for the entire campaign, or it could be for a particular ad or ad group. Okay, so we could set the limit ourselves, and we can let Google optimize for us. Here we have some exclusions. Okay, and then we have the opportunity to set up our ad group. Now, the ad group is the same as the search network. The ad group on display is where your settings are going to be. Your ads are going to be located in your ad group. And now the important part, we want to get to audiences. So if we're remarketing, we're going to choose our audience. And if we're not remarketing, we still have the opportunity to choose our audience. So if I'm a tech company and I just type in tech, then Google's going to give me some options here. So here I can choose some tech companies, technology products, new inventions, etc. Or I can choose some ideas that Google has in mind for audiences, like they have an in-market audience. So this is based on network systems and services, network management. So the bottom line is Google is giving me suggestions on who I can target my ad to. Okay, that's what this is. Choosing your audience. Now, you don't have to choose anything here. In fact, you can just clear all and be done with it. Now you can go down to demographics. Now I can pick and choose based on gender. I can pick and choose based on age, parental status, and household income. Really depending on who you're advertising to. That's really what it comes down to. Okay, so you have demographics and you have audiences. Audiences audiences are really for remarketing. So again, you can go with some of Google's recommended audiences, or you can create your own audience. Okay, and we're going to talk about that here in a minute. But this is all part of the setup for the campaign. So I'm saying, hey, these are the demographics and these are the audiences. But if you're not remarketing, you don't necessarily have to go with an audience. Okay, once that's done, you can set up a bid just like you would on the search network, and then you have the option to choose your ad. So that's part of the campaign setup. So when you actually choose your ad, again, you have different options. Image ad, okay, rich media ad, video, or text. Once you choose your ad, then you pretty much have your campaign set up. Now we're going to tweak it after we set it up, but that's pretty much the steps in terms of setting up a display campaign. Very similar to search. In fact, minor differences really are choosing your audience and choosing the ad type. That's really the main differences between setting up a campaign on display and setting up a campaign on search. The main differences. Now there are other subtle differences, but those are the main ones. So we talked about remarketing to people who have been on our website. So going and showing our ad to somebody who fits a particular description, meaning they looked at a product or they looked at a particular page. So if you're going to retarget to people, then as a best practice, I would set up the audience in Google Analytics. So Google Analytics talks to Google Ads. In fact, you can link up the two in Analytics. So regardless of whether you're creating a display campaign or search campaign, you want to link up Analytics with Google Ads. So you can see we've done that here. Okay, now that we've linked the two up, we could set up an audience in Google Analytics for use on a remarketing campaign on Google's display network. So here you can see I have audiences set up. If you want to just create a new audience, you can do that. So if I click new audience here I can choose returning users or new users. These are audiences that Google has set up by default. I can create a new one if I want. So I could say, hey, I want to target, 18 to 24-year-old males who speak English, for example, and who came from mobile. So if I go here, technology, I'm going to say including mobile. So that could be my audience. So anybody who fits that description of 18 to 24-year-old coming to my website from mobile who speaks English, I'm going to retarget them. And you can go ahead and save this. So if I go ahead and click apply, I'm going to name my audience 18, 24-year-old male, English, mobile. One thing about remarketing on the display network is you can choose how long somebody stays on your list, meaning how long is that cookie going to live. So depending on your funnel, if they're buying a car, the funnel may be 6 months long. If they're buying a pair of shoes, then the funnel may be 7 days long, maybe even shorter. So it really depends on your business. The default is 30 days. So if you go with 30 days, then that means any 18 to 24-year-old male who speaks English and comes from mobile is going to get cookied, and that cookie is going to live for 30 days. So if I click next step, I can go ahead and publish it. I can say I want this to be available in my Google Ads account. So I'm going to go ahead and pick my account, and it'll be available in that account. So I'll choose my account and then go ahead and click publish. So now this audience list is going to be available for me to use in my display campaign when I go to choose my audience. So if I go back to Google Ads, so Google Ads and Google Analytics talk to one another. Why? Because they're linked. And so now when I go to actually set up my ad group and I'm choosing remarketing, I can go ahead and choose that audience list. So for example, this campaign that's already set up, I can go ahead and choose to set up another ad group with that particular audience list. So if I choose new ad group, and now I'm going to search for the audience I just set up. So here you go. I just did a search and here's my audience. I'm going to select my audience and I'm going to now use this audience in my ad group for my remarketing campaign. So now all I need to do is align the right ad with this audience. So that's how remarketing works. You choose your audience list. You set up your ads. Remember, you have different ad formats: video, rich media, image, and text. And the whole idea beyond remarketing is you know who your audience is, you know what you want to say to them, so your ad should really encompass that message, the message of what you want to say to that particular group. In this case, 18 to 24-year-old male who speak English, who came to your site from mobile. So if you don't really want to retarget somebody who's been to your website, you could certainly still use the display network to your advantage. Remember, bottom of the funnel, the goal of our campaign is just get our ad out there so that people recognize our brand, our services, our product. So when you actually go to set up an ad group, you don't have to choose an audience to retarget to. You do have other options. So if I look at this ad group here, you can see I have image ads already set up. So where do I want these image ads to appear? So I do have options available to me in the display network. So if I choose keywords, then that means if I go ahead and add a keyword, then what Google's going to do is contextually place my image ad on a website that fits the description or matches that keyword. So if I add 1 or 2 or 3 keywords, then what Google's going to do is going to look at that keyword and it's going to map a website on the display network using those keywords. So that's keywords. Now, you got to be careful here because it's a broad way of advertising, meaning your ads could appear on sites that you don't necessarily deem relevant to those keywords. So you're allowing Google to match the website with the keywords you choose. So that's choosing keywords. Audiences, again, audiences are there if you want to retarget. So if you're retargeting, you can set up your audience in analytics. In fact, that's the best practice. So again, if I go back to analytics and I go back to admin, under my property audiences, I can go ahead and choose my audience to be used in Google Ads. So that's using audiences on a display campaign on Google's display network. When we're setting up our campaign, we had an option to choose demographics. So we can exclude a demographic if we wanted to. We can always go back and exclude a demographic just by removing them from the ad group. Notice if we choose all demographics, we can actually then see over a period of time in Google Ads how many people based on this particular age group or gender or parental status or household income saw our ad, but not only saw our ad, that would be impressions, but clicked on our ad and how much they spent per click and how many conversions. So you have all that data available to you in the display network. Okay, so that's demographics. I can also use topics. So I can choose a particular topic to advertise on. So if I choose topics, I can choose a particular keyword, find a particular topic, or I can drill down on Google's topic categories and subcategories. So here you could see online communities. If I choose that one, I could see there are other subcategories under online communities. Okay, I can choose the whole category of science, or I can drill down to see what subcategories are under science. So I can do that for any one of these topic categories. And if I choose a category, notice that's where Google's going to place my ad, whatever I select. And again, notice upper right here, I can take a sneak peek at how many eyeballs Google is expecting to see my ad. So here, by choosing astronomy and science, I have 310 million impressions. That's how many potential eyeballs can look at my ad. So if you're setting up a display network campaign, you can choose keywords, you can choose demographics, or you can choose topics. Now, if you decide not to go with a topic, then your last option here is placements. So I can pick and choose a specific placement. If there's a particular website that I want to advertise on, let's just say NewYorkTimes.com or LATimes.com or WebMD.com. Remember, there are over 2 million websites on Google's display network. So I can pick and choose specifically where I want my ads to be displayed. Now, when you're done choosing your audience or your keywords or your demographics, your topics, or your specific placements, you can always then go to your placements and then click on where ads showed. And so now over this particular time frame, I'm going to be able to see where my ads have been shown. And so now I can see my ads have been shown on mobile apps and on particular websites. Now, if you don't like any of the particular websites that your ad is showing on, you can always select it and you can always exclude it. You can exclude it from the ad group or the campaign. Okay, so that's how you manage where your ads are showing up on Google's display network. Again, you can go ahead and go to where ads are shown under placements, and over that particular period of time, Google's going to show you where your ads have been shown. And if you don't like that placement, then you can always just exclude it. Or if you don't like the performance, meaning you're not getting many impressions or you're not getting many clicks or the click-through rate's very low, you can go ahead and exclude it. So this is an opportunity for you, the advertiser, to take control over where your ads are shown. So in summary, when you set up a display campaign on Google's display network, you have options. If you're remarketing, you're going to choose your audience. You're going to choose your audience using a list you created in Google Analytics. If you're on the display network, not remarketing, you have the option. You can choose a keyword and have Google place your ad on a website that fits the description of that keyword. You could choose specific demographics. You could choose a topic or subtopic category, or you could choose a specific placement. Okay, those are all the options available to you when you run your ad on Google's display network. Now, let's go back and take a look at some of the advantages of the Google display network. So I just went over with you how to actually create a campaign in an ad group. I actually went over how to set up a remarketing campaign and set up a remarketing list in analytics, and I went over all the differences between the search network and display, but let's really hone in on those advantages here. So with the display network, we can provide advanced targeting, meaning I can particularly point to a specific website that I want to advertise on. So that's what I mean by advanced targeting. Or if I don't want to advertise to 18 to 24-year-olds or 25 to 34-year-olds, I can exclude them. Or I can really pick and choose a specific audience that I want to remarket to. So those are all examples of advanced targeting, and that's all done within analytics or Google Ads. So advanced targeting enables you to target the people that didn't engage with previous campaigns and get in front of people with lookalike audiences that can be created based on the audience you usually advertise to. So in other words, we can really hone in and pick and choose who we want to advertise to. Another advantage is relatively low starting cost. So what we mean by low starting cost is normally on the search network, you're bidding on keywords, and some keywords can be very competitive. Whereas on the display network, you could pick and choose who you want to advertise to and pick and choose where you want to advertise. So you can really advertise on websites that get a lot of traffic, may not have a lot of competition, and therefore may not cost as much. So if you compare it to traditional forms of advertising like TV or radio, display advertising, reaching a large, broader audience is a lot cheaper. Okay, you can do advanced tracking, meaning when we talk about perform advanced tracking, we're talking about, again, remarketing. We can really pick and choose who we want to remarket to and cookie them and pick and choose how long they are going to be cookied. So when we talk about advanced tracking, that's what we're really talking about. So we can also talk about how many times our ad is shown to somebody. We really can pick and choose how many times we want somebody to actually see our ad on a site based on performance. Okay, let's take a look at some other advantages. The ability to advertise your brand to a broader audience. Okay, Google has over 2 million websites. So we can pick and choose where we want our ads to show up. Again, it can be by topic, it can be contextually via keywords, or it can be specific websites. So we can create demand for our product. And what we mean by that, we can create really cool ads. Remember, rich media ads, video ads, these are all engaging type of ads. Those are ad types on the display network. When we create engaging type of ads, it's going to appeal to somebody and they're going to engage. So we have that opportunity just based on the different ad types. Of course, increasing web traffic, we can't say that enough. If you're advertising on Google's display network, you have the opportunity to get your ad in front of millions of people. Get our ads in front of millions of people, we have the opportunity to get a lot of clicks. And we do have that wide range of formats. Search network only has text ads. Here we have text, we have rich media, we have image, we have video. So all these types of ad formats allow us to really get our ads out there in a number of different ways. Again, remarketing our product and services are the big advantage using Google's display network. That's how we started today's webinar. We started talking about remarketing because it's such a key feature. So if somebody comes to our website and doesn't do what we want them to do, we can cookie them and we can retarget them with a more specific ad tailored to that audience. Today we're going to talk about Google Analytics. I'm very excited to be with you today because Google Analytics is one of my favorite Google platforms and my favorite topics. So let's talk about what we're going to cover today. And we're going to start out with how to set up a Google Analytics account. And so we're going to talk about everything that entails, including creating your Google Analytics account. We're going to talk about setting up a property in your account and what a property is. We're going to talk about setting up a reporting view in your property, and we're going to talk about installing the tracking code. So those are the series of steps we're going to go through today in terms of setting up a Google Analytics account. So let's get right to it. And so really the one prerequisite here when it comes to setting up a Google Analytics account is to have a Google login and ID. So when you actually go to Google Analytics, you need to be able to sign up or sign in. And so once you actually sign in, then you're going to go walk through a series of steps. But really, that's really all you need to get the account going is a Google ID and login. So if you have a Gmail account or another email account that you use for other Google products, then you're good to go. That's all you need to do. So when you actually go to sign up for Google Analytics, you're going to be asked to set up a new account. And these are the series of steps you're going to walk through or go through to set up a new Google Analytics account. So you're going to choose an account name. And then you're going to choose a property name. Okay, so the account name can be anything you want it to be. The name of your company, your name, whatever you want to name it. The property name is really the website name. So what website are we talking about? So here I'm going to set up a fictitious website name for now. It's called Demo Simplilearn. So the URL for this website, Demo Simplilearn, is going to be demo.simplilearn.com. So that's the property. When we talk about properties in analytics, we're really talking about what websites we want to measure. And then you're going to be asked to choose an industry category. And so for Simplilearn, we're in jobs and education. But you have a number of different industries that you could choose from. It's as important. Go ahead and choose the most relevant industry that your particular business is associated with. Okay, and I'm going to talk about why that's important here in a minute. And then you're going to choose your time zone. And the time zone is also important because that's when the day starts in analytics and the day ends based on that time zone. So the data that Google Analytics collects starts and ends with that time zone. So very important to choose the time zone your business is located in. Okay, and then you have some additional options here. Okay, so you have some settings. And so the first setting is to allow Google products and services. So if you opt into this, then basically what Google's going to do is share some products and services with you via email. I would go ahead and opt into that. That's of course recommended by Google. It doesn't hurt to hear from Google on related products and services that may enhance your business. The second is benchmarking. So benchmarking to me is something you should opt into. So going back to that industry and category, we chose jobs and education. So by opting into benchmarking, basically what Google's going to do is share your data that it collects on your website. In this case, demo.simplylearn.com. It's going to share that data anonymously with others in the industry, in this case, jobs and education. And because you've opted in, it's going to do the same exact thing for you. It's going to share anonymous data on other websites in the same industry. And the benefit of that is we get to see what other websites or how other websites are performing compared to ours. What's the benchmark in our industry? And so the benchmarking to me is important, and I'm gonna go over that in a few minutes when we go over the different reports. But to me, I would always opt into benchmarking because this is the only report Google provides in analytics about how others in your industry is performing versus your website. Okay, so it's a way to compare your website performance against others in the same industry. The other options here, technical support and account specialist, I would also recommend you opt into those because then it allows you to basically allow Google access to your account, and they'll be able to help you if you occur or run into any issues. So these are the options in setting up a Google Analytics account. It's very simple, very easy to do. You're just entering in a few fields. Note that we talking about a website right now, so I'm talking about demo.simplylearn.com. But just know that if you want to track a mobile app, Google Analytics will allow you to do that as well. You just choose the option mobile app. So we're tracking a website. We want to know how users behave when they get to my website. And that's what Google Analytics is going to allow us to measure and look at. We just need to do a couple more steps in the process. So once we fill out these fields here, we're going to click Get Tracking ID. Now, I'm going to accept the terms of service. I'm going to accept another terms of service in relation to data protection. I'm going to click accept. Once I accept, I'm going to be able to get some tracking code. The tracking ID is the ID associated with your account. And so this number is going to be associated with your account. So your account ID starts with UA, and it's going to be this number here. Now the -1 is the property you set up. So in this case, I set up demo.simplylearn.com. If I wanted to track multiple websites under that same account, then I can certainly set up multiple properties. Just know that every property I set up in that account is going to have a -1, -2, -3, -4, etc., depending on how many properties I set up. So by default, I set up one property, so my first property ID is -1. If I set up a second property, the same account number, it's just going to have a -2. And that's important because that ID, that account and property ID, is going to be associated with that particular property or website. So again, once you finish setting up the account settings, then you're going to be asked to add some tracking code to your site. And that tracking code is going to be related to the account and the property. So notice my tracking ID up here. Notice the tracking ID in the snippet of code. Now, this snippet of code needs to go on every page of your website that you want to track. And you don't have to put it on every page, but if you want to track website behavior on every page of your website, then it needs to go on every page of your website. So if you're using a platform like Drupal or Joomla or even more popular platform like WordPress, adding the tracking code site-wide is as easy as maybe adding a Google Analytics plugin to WordPress, for example, and then just simply plugging in the ID. Now, there's an alternative to adding the Google Analytics tracking code to your site, and that's Google Tag Manager. So Google Tag Manager is the way I would recommend going. So if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, I would recommend watching the YouTube video we have on Google Tag Manager. You can just go to YouTube, type in Simplilearn Google Tag Manager, and this will give you a nice overview of what Google Tag Manager is and how it works. But basically, this is the way I would go, and I would recommend that in addition to having Google Analytics, you set up a Google Tag Manager account. And then that way you can put the tracking code in Google Tag Manager. So if I go to Google Tag Manager and I just go into an account on Tag Manager, I can just simply put in the Google Analytics ID right into Tag Manager. And so if I have it in Tag Manager, then Tag Manager is going to be the place that holds the code and fires page view when somebody comes to my website. So that way I don't have to add the tracking code to my website if I do it in Tag Manager. So that's the recommended method for me, is to add the Google Analytics ID associated with Tag Manager. If you can associate it with Tag Manager, then that's the easier route to go versus putting code on your website. Okay, so again, take a look at the video we have on YouTube for Google Tag Manager. That's the route I would go. Now, once you do get the tracking code on your website, whether that be through Google Tag Manager or through a plugin, or just simply adding the script to your site, to pages on your site, then what's going to happen is you're going to start collecting data. So that's ideally the way it works. You need to add this code to your website. Now, if you're not ready to do that and you simply want to basically understand how Google Analytics works, then I would recommend getting access to Google Analytics demo account. And so if you just type in and search Google Analytics demo account, basically what you're going to do, you're going to choose the first listing there, and you're going to go to demo account. So if you have a Google Analytics or Google login, then all you need to do is click on access demo account. And so what Google's going to do is put this demo account into your account. And so it's going to look something like this. So if I click on demo account here, it's going to add to my Google Analytics account. So I'm going to have then access to the demo account from Google in Google Analytics. So I would recommend going this route here if you're not familiar, you're not sure what you're getting yourself into. So think of the demo account as kind of a test drive. You're test driving Google Analytics before you even add any code to your website. So again, all you need is a Google account. And if you have a Google account and you add the demo account to your Google Analytics account, you're going to be able to see how analytics works. Okay, and so that's what I would also recommend. So if you're not ready to start adding code to your website, then what you can do is just simply add the demo account. And then once you add the demo account, you're free to peruse around Google Analytics to see the different types of reports it has to offer. Now, when you do actually set up a Google Analytics account, you're going to have some settings that you're going to want to pay attention to. So when you set up the account, you have the account name, and then you have a property. So under each property, you have, by default, you're going to have one view. And so here you can see this view here. So if we look at the account we set up a demo Simplilearn account. Property is demo Simplilearn. So that's associated with the website we're going to track. And then again, by default, under each property, you're going to have a view. And so by default, the name of the view is going to be called All Website Data. And so in that view is where all your analytics data is going to be stored. So you can see my screen here. There's a lot of different settings you have. You have settings under the account, you have settings under the property, and you have settings under the view. So we're going to talk more about these settings in future webinars for advanced Google Analytics users. But for now, know that there's a bunch of settings that you have that you can play around with when it comes to Google Analytics. Anything from adding users to your Google Analytics account, your Google Analytics property or view. You can actually set up goals, you can set up filters, you can set up segments, you can link up Google Ads, you can, set up remarketing lists. There's a lot you can do in terms of the settings as it relates to Google Analytics. But so know those settings are there. They're located right down here in this little sprocket icon. That's the admin icon. So if you need to get to these settings at any time, you could simply just click on the sprocket or the admin icon, and then you'll be prompted to choose any one of these settings here that you want to edit or alter. So now let's take a look at some Google Analytics reports. So once you've actually set up your account, you have a number of different reports that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So we're going to take a look at customized reports. We're going to look at real-time, audience reports, acquisition, behavior, and conversion. So these are all the different reporting buckets, if you will, that you have available to you in Google Analytics. So if I'm an admin and I'm looking at the Google demo account, let's start out by looking at real-time. So if I click on the real-time report and I just click on overview, so basically what this is going to do is show me at this point in time how many users I actually have active on the website. Okay, so that's why they call it real-time reporting, because it allows you to see the behavior of users who are currently on your website. And so this is the overview report under real-time. And you can see here, I can see that 79% of my users are coming from desktop, 18%, 20% are coming from mobile, and then approximately 3% are coming from tablet. Here I can see how they actually came to the website. So this is the referring source. If they came from, say, search or social, I can see the source there, and I can see what pages they're active on. And then here I can see what locations, where they're located. And so if I want to see a breakdown of everything in the overview, I can certainly do that. If I go to locations under real time, I can see a majority of my users are coming from the United States. Okay, where are they coming from? I'll just click on traffic sources. And here I could see the different sources and mediums. Medium is the means in which the traffic was driven. So if it's Google, it's either paid search or organic search. So I can see here it's organic. Then I can actually see what content they're looking at on my website. So I can see currently I have 3 active users on the home page, 2 active users on the Google's Women's White Tea page, so forth and so on. Now, most importantly, if you have event tracking set up, so if you've taken a look at our Google Tag Manager webinar, you know that you could set up event tracking in Google Analytics to measure engagement on your website, whether that be a form submission or somebody clicking on the play button of a video. So if I click on events, I'll be able to see what events are firing. So here I can see we have event tracking set up, and I can see how many different events are firing on my website in real time. So here I can see e-commerce, somebody clicking on the quick view click, a couple of users clicking on add to cart, a couple of users clicking on the promotion click. And as these events are fired, you're going to be able to see them highlighted. So if something gets fired, it's going to get highlighted. And I could see that these are the current events that I have currently firing on the website. And that's what's currently fired now. If I want to look at the events that have happened in the last 30 minutes, I could just click on this link here, last 30 minutes, and it's going to give me an overview of the events that have happened over the past 30 minutes. Okay, so that's event tracking. And then more importantly, we can also look at what conversions are happening in real time just by clicking on conversions. And so now I could see I had 1 active user who entered the checkout. So that's goal number 4. So in analytics, you can have up to 20 goals. And so here I can see we have goal number 4 has already had 1 active user. And so if I look at the last 30 minutes, I can see I still have only 1 goal over the last 30 minutes, and that was somebody who entered the checkout. So that's real-time reporting. In summary, it just gives you an idea of what's currently happening on your website. And so for me, ideally, if I'm launching a campaign, or let's just say you do a new website redesign and you want to see how users performing and behaving, then real time is a good option for you. So you can see how things are happening in real time. Now let's jump down to audience reporting. So if I click on audience, this is just right underneath real time. I'm going to see a number of different reports available to me under audience. And so let's click on the audience overview report. So audience reporting basically allows us to get a sense of who is coming to our website. When I say who is coming to our website, it doesn't necessarily have to be a specific person. In fact, Google doesn't allow personally identifiable information in Google Analytics. Personal identifiable information such as a specific name, a social security number, credit card information, etc. However, we could still paint a nice picture on who is coming to our website, meaning what country, city, or state did they come from, what language, what device did they get to our website from, how old were they, okay, were they male or female or other, what interests did they have, what browser did they use. So we can paint a nice picture based on all this information that Google Analytics is providing us under audience. So if I go to audience overview, here I can see I have all these different options available to me to get a basic understanding of who is coming to our website. So for example, I could see a majority of the people coming to our website speak English and are from the United States. Okay, in fact, that represents 61% of the users. And so Google Analytics does a great job of giving me an overall percentage. So if I have 100% of the users, I could see 61% of those users represented English-speaking users from the United States. 7% represented English-speaking users from Great Britain. And so when it comes to analytics, we have users, and users are broken down into two categories. They're either returning or they're new. So when you add the Google Analytics tracking script to your website, what's going to happen is if a user or when a user goes to your website, they're going to get cookied. And if it's the first time they've been to your website, what Google Analytics is going to do is store a cookie in the browser. So when that same user comes back another day in the same browser, Analytics is going to recognize that that cookie is in the browser. And so then Analytics is going to categorize that user as a returning user. Okay, so that's how Analytics is able to differentiate new versus returning. So if that user doesn't have a cookie in the browser, then Analytics is going to recognize that, store the cookie, and then count that user as a new user. And so when you're looking at Analytics, you're going to be able to see a breakdown of new versus returning. So here I can see over 3/4 of my traffic over the past week. Here I can see April 6th through April 12th, over 3/4 are new users to the website. Here I could see about 24% are returning users. Okay, so I can get a good breakdown of what type of users are coming. Am I driving new traffic? Am I driving traffic that's been to my website before? What language are they speaking? Okay, I can also paint a bigger picture. How old are they? What gender are they? Do they come from mobile? So let's take a look at some of these different reports under audience. And so if I skip down now to demographics, I can click on overview, and when that report loads, I can see now under demographics overview, I can see the breakout of age ranges. And so here I can see the majority of the traffic coming to my site again over the past week. Now, if I want to change this date range, I could simply do that. I can change the date range just by clicking on the date range and then maybe going, say, the last 30 days. And I can even compare it to the previous period or the previous year. I'm going to choose the last 30 days. I'm going to click apply. Now I'm looking at data over the last 30 days. And again, you can change the date range to any range you want. You can only go back as far as when you actually created the Google Analytics account. You can't go prior to that. So here I'm looking at the last 30 days and I can see almost 47% of my users were in their age range of 25 to 34. Now, when it comes to gender, I can see 66% represent males. So I can get a breakout of gender and age as well as interest. I can click on interest and look at the overview there and see what the interest is of the users who are coming to my site based on in-market segments or affinity. I can also choose language and location. So if I want to know exactly where my users are located when they're coming to my website, I can click on location. And here I can get a breakout. 43% of the users of the last 30 days were from the United States. More importantly, I can align my audience with goals. And we'll talk about goals here in a minute, but here I can see if I have an e-commerce website, I can see of those 43%, 0.29% of those converted or purchased something. And that equates to 94 transactions. So I can get a good sense of not only how many users are coming from a specific country, but are those users converting? If I click on mobile, and mobile to me is one of those reports I tend to spend a bit of time on because I want to know what devices users are coming to my website. And so for my website here, or this is the Google demo website, I can see mobile represents approximately 27% of the traffic. So desktop still represents a majority of the traffic. So for you, you want to keep an eye on mobile because mobile is definitely a majority of what people use nowadays. That's how people start their day. That's how they transact via mobile, whether that's purchasing something, communicating, or searching. It all starts with mobile. So you want to keep an eye on mobile, and more importantly, you want to keep an eye on behavior. So Google Analytics is telling me that, yes, I have approximately 27% of my traffic of the last 30 days came from mobile. How are they interacting with my website? So if I look across this report, I'm going to be able to see different metrics. So if I'm measuring specific metrics against my dimension, in this case, the dimension is what we're measuring. And in this example, we're measuring mobile. I can see that the bounce rate is approximately 48%. And bounce rate means that if a user, in this case from mobile, landed on a page, they left the site without going any further. So they consider it a bounce. If they don't go to another page, if they leave the site from the page they landed on and they don't go any further, that's considered a bounce. So a bounce rate is the percentage of people who come to the site and leave the site without going any further. So in this case, we have 48% bounce rate. That's almost half of our users who come from mobile leave the website from the page they landed on. So is that good? Is that bad? Well, it's open to interpretation. It's definitely subjective. But you want to keep the bounce rate as low as possible. You want to keep people on your site, especially if you have an e-commerce website. You want people who come to your website to purchase. And so here we can see 48% mobile. In desktop, it's a little bit lower at 41%. Now, if I look a little bit further at engagement, I can see how many pages on average do mobile users look at. So versus desktop, it's a little bit lower. You can see 3.86. On desktop, it's 4.5. Now, if I look a little bit further in engagement, I want to be able to measure how long somebody from mobile stays on the website. If they're bouncing at 48%, but they're also looking at 3.8 pages, 3.9, almost 4 pages per session, then that means in this report, analytics is telling me they're spending about 2 minutes on the site. And interestingly enough, I can see that mobile over the last 30 days had more transactions. So 51 transactions versus 34 transactions from desktop. And interestingly enough, the e-commerce conversion rate is at 0.29%. That's higher than desktop at 0.07. It's lower than tablet, but it's higher than desktop. And mobile has the most transactions, and since they have the most transactions, they have the most revenue at 2,380. So yes, the engagement isn't exactly as great as it is as desktop, but we can see that people are still purchasing with their mobile devices. So it's something to keep an eye on, and mobile is something I definitely look at. In fact, since it's such an important report, One thing you can do in analytics is if you actually like a report and you think you're going to look at that report multiple times, then you can simply just go ahead and click save at the top here. So if I click save, I'm going to enter a name for this report. I'm just going to call it mobile report and click OK. And then what's going to happen is it's going to be located under Save Reports. And Save Reports is located under Customization. Customization is located above Real Time. Okay, so if I close that up, you can see Audience, Real Time, Customization. If I click on Customization, if I click on Save Reports, I should be able to see my Save Report here, and I do. So here I can see Mobile Report. If I click on it, I can simply go to the report I was looking at before I saved it. So Save Reports to me is a good feature in analytics because it allows you to quickly access a report that you've saved in the past. So let's take a look at one more report under Audience. And let's go to benchmarking. So remember when we were setting up our analytics account, we had the option to opt into benchmarking, and I recommended you do so. And so if you did actually opt into benchmarking, then you're going to be able to see how your site compares to others in the same industry. So if I click on benchmarking and then click on channels, what I'm actually able to do now is compare my website with others in the same industry. So if I go back to say jobs and education, and I choose education, all education as my industry vertical, I should be able to see websites that are in the same particular industry and how I compare with those websites. So I'm choosing all countries. I can narrow that down if I wanted to. I can just search for the United States. I can choose a specific state, and then I can choose a particular site size. So here I'm choosing sites by daily session. So these are sites that have an average of 5,000 to almost 10,000 sessions a day. And so in this vertical education in the United States, sites that have 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, that means that there are approximately 310 web properties contributing to this report, okay, based on this criteria I chose. Now, if my site is similar, meaning if I'm in the United States, if I'm in education, and I'm receiving 5,000 to 9,999 sessions per day, then I'm able to compare my site against 310 other websites. Now, Google's sharing this data anonymously from the other websites, and they're doing the same with your website to those particular websites' benchmarking reports. Okay, so it's shared data anonymously in particular industries and verticals. And so now I'm looking at a channel report. So if I want to see how I compare to others in my industry, then I can go ahead and see by channel. For example, am I driving as much traffic as others in my industry? And you can see I'm not. In fact, I'm 77% worse in terms of the amount of traffic being driven from organic search. So anything in red is going to show as a negative result, a negative comparison, whereas something in green is a positive comparison. So if I look at engagement, I can see that I might not be driving as much traffic, but I can see that the pages per session are better than the site average or the industry average. I can see if I go over again, looking just at organic search, I can see the bounce rate is better than the industry average. So the channel report under benchmarking allows you to measure how you compare to others in your industry. And you could do so by looking at location and devices. So if you opted into benchmarking when you set up your account, then you'll be able to compare your website against others in your industry, in your country, region, and based on the size of your website in terms of how many visitors or sessions you're getting per day. So let's go from audience to acquisition. So if audience is who is coming to your website, acquisition allows us to see how the traffic was driven to your website. So how did these users get to our website? And so under acquisition, if we click on overview, we'll be able to see an overview of how users, whether they're returning or new, came to our website. And so what analytics does by default is they have a number of default channels. And when we say channels, we mean analytics is grouping different channels based on how users got to your website. Meaning, how did users get to our website? Did they come via organic search? Meaning, did they type something into Google and find you in the organic listing? Analytics also groups users based on whether they came to your site directly, meaning did they type in the URL directly into the browser, or did they bookmark your website and come back via the bookmark? So they're grouping users under direct. They also group users under referral, meaning did they come from another website? They group users by social. Did they come from a social media platform like Twitter or Facebook? If you're running paid search, meaning if you're running paid search on, say, Google, then do they come from paid search ads? Now, if you're running display ads on, say, Google's network, Google's display network, that's a default channel. So analytics will group users there. So if they don't recognize a channel, then they're going to group it as others. So by default, Google Analytics groups users on how they came to your website via these default channels. And so I could see how many users came to the site from each channel. Now, if I want to drill down on this report, I can click on all traffic. And then if I click on all traffic, I can go to channels. I can look specifically at the channels report. And so now I can see organic search, again, over the last 30 days, is the #1 channel driving traffic. And they represent approximately, again, you can see this number here in parentheses next to the raw number of users. I can see that number is about 56%. So 56% of my traffic over the last 30 days came from organic search. And so those are the number of users. Again, as a metric, you're also going to have sessions. And you'll see sessions a lot as a metric. So users are broken down between new and returning. So every time a new or returning user comes to the website, basically what they're doing is initiating a session. So you can have a user who can come back multiple times. Every time they come back to the website, it's a session. So session is simply the start of somebody coming to your website, and the session ends when they leave the website. And so just like we looked at with the audience reports when it came to mobile, we can also look at engagement by channel. So just like mobile, we looked at bounce rate, pages per session, average session duration. We can do the same thing here with our channel report. More importantly, in addition to behavior, we can see conversions. And since we're running an e-commerce platform, we could see what the conversion rate is by channel. So organic search did drive the most traffic, and they did have the most transactions over the last 30 days. And the conversion rate in this case is 0.17. Okay, so how Google determines the conversion rate, they basically take the number of transactions and divide that by sessions. So that means that over the last 30 days, organic search drove 38,123 sessions. And of those 38,123, 64 actually turned into a transaction, which equates to 0.17, which also equates to 3,000 in revenue. So I'm able to determine not only how users are getting to my website by looking at the channel report, I can actually see if they're engaging and if they are converting. And notice when you look at a report in analytics, you can look at it by channel. You'll also get a summary. So here I can see a summary or a total based on my date range. So I can see over the last 30 days, I've had 54,000 users. 49,000 of them were new. Okay, that meant that out of those 54,000 users, I had 70,000 sessions. I could see my average bounce rate was 43%. The pages per session were just over 4. And the average session duration, how long did somebody stay on my website on average? About 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The average conversion rate was 0.14, and I had a total of 97 transactions totaling $5,500. Okay, and that's all over the last 30 days. So any report you look at in analytics is going to have a summary. And note that any report you look at in analytics is going to allow you to save it. So if it's a report you think you're going to go back and look at a future date, then you simply just have to click on the save button. Conversely, if you don't want to save it, you can simply just export it. So you can export it as a PDF. If I click on PDF, it's going to allow me to export that as a PDF. Now you have other options available to you as well. You can do a Google Sheet, you can export it as an Excel, or you can export it as a comma delimited file. So here you can see I can save it as a PDF if I want to, and if I click OK, it's going to save to my desktop or location of my choosing, and then I can go back and look at it in that format at a later time. So that's the export feature available to you in analytics. Again, if you could save it as well, or you can export it. Okay, some other reports under acquisition. If you're running Google Ads, note that you can connect Google Ads to analytics. And this is key because now I can see how many people are coming from Google Ads to my website and are they converting. Now this is important because with Google Ads, I'm actually paying for the click. So you can see here, I'm running a report based on campaign data. So I could see what campaigns are driving traffic, how much I'm paying per click, and you can see on average I'm paying 34 cents per click. And then more importantly, I want to be able to see if they're converting. So you can see I've spent $810 over the last 30 days and received $858 in revenue. So you want to make sure that you link up your Google Ads account to your Google Analytics account. For this very reason, you want to be able to see how your Google Ads campaigns perform once the users get to your website. And so I want to see if they're engaging and I want to see if they're converting. So there are all sorts of reports under Google Ads. So you can look at it by keywords, by search queries, by hour of the day. If you're running display campaigns, you can look at display targeting. So there's all sorts of reports under Google Ads. You just have to link it up, and you link it up under the admin. Now, there are other reports that you can look at. So if I go to campaigns, I can look at all campaigns. So if you're running all sorts of different types of campaigns, whether that be on Facebook, whether that be email, whether that be, other types of advertising, let's just say Twitter or Instagram, you're going to be able to see those campaigns here. And that's under all campaigns. And again, you'll be able to see the campaign name and you'll be able to see metrics associated with those campaigns. And more importantly, you'll be able to see your e-commerce if you're running an e-commerce platform or if you have goals set up. So you'll be able to look at how your campaigns are not only driving traffic, but two, are they converting? Let's go from acquisition reporting to behavior. So behavior reports are going to actually show you how users behaved once they got to your website. Once they landed on a page on your website, how did they behave? So when we looked at audience, we got a sense of who is coming. With acquisition, we get a sense of how the traffic got to our website. Did they come from organic, direct, social, etc.? The behavior reports allow us to actually measure how that traffic behaved once they landed on a page on our website. And so if I go to overview under behavior, now I'm looking at this graph here. It's showing me how many page views I've had. And a page view is simply, once a page is viewed, it's counted as a page view. So if a user comes to my site, they're initiating a session. And if they look at a page, then that page is going to have a page view. Okay, so a user can look at a page multiple times in a session. And every time they look at that page, it's going to count as a page view. So here I can see in this graph how many page views I've had, again, over the last 30 days. And if I look further at my overview report, I can see the specific pages and how many page views they've had. And I can also look at some other metrics. Okay, the average bounce rate, the average time on page. I can look at the exit rate, which means how many people actually exited, or the percentage of people who exited from that page. So I can dig deeper into my behavior reporting. So if I click on site content, and I click on all pages, then I'm going to look at a report by page. This is my dimension. This is what I'm measuring, my page. And now I can see how many page views each page had over the last 30 days. Now note you also have something called unique page views. So unique page views is equivalent to one per session. In other words, if a user came to my site and looked at the home page, then the home page is going to have one unique page view and one page view. Now, if the user in that same session looks at other pages, then every page that user looks at is going to have one unique page view. However, if the user goes back to the same page in the same session, then it's still going to be one unique page view. But in this case, the home page, if they look at the home page a second time, then the home page is going to have two page views. If they look at the home page 5 times in one session, then the home page is going to have 5 total page views and one unique page view. Okay, so that's why unique pages is equivalent to one per session, where page views is an accumulation of how many times the page was viewed in the same session. So in other words, you're always going to have more page views than unique page views. Okay, so this gives me a sense of how my pages performed. So again, I can look at total page views and then engagement. So ideally what you want to do with a report like this is if a user is not engaging on the page, then that should tell you something about the page itself. If they're not engaging, if the bounce rate's high, if the time on page is low, if the percentage of exit rate is high, then you probably want to do something with that page. Now, these are all pages, but if I jump down to landing pages, my landing page report is showing me how many people actually landed on that page. And so here I can see under my landing page report, I can see the home page had 36,017 sessions in the last 30 days. That's how many people landed on the home page. So here I can see 71% were new sessions, meaning that I had a lot of new users who landed on the homepage. In fact, 25,000 or 52% of the people who landed on the homepage were new. I could see the bounce rates about 42%, but of those who didn't bounce, they went on to look at about 4.5 pages per session and spent about 3 minutes on the site. And the one thing I like about the landing page report is I can also see whether that particular page, in this case the home page, did it help contribute to a goal or conversion. And in this case I can see of those 36,000 sessions I had 22 transactions totaling 1,200 in revenue, and that's an e-commerce conversion rate of 0.06%. So the home page over the last 30 days contributed to 0.06% of the revenue. So this gives you an idea of when somebody lands on your website and they land on a page, is that page helping to move that person along? Meaning, are they not bouncing? And is that page helping to move people towards converting? And so that's what the landing page in effect allows us to measure, is the engagement. And in this case, we're measuring transactions. Okay, so analytics also gives us some other reports under behavior, including site speed. So site speed to me is an important report to look at, just like the mobile report. To me, site speed's important because what Google Analytics does is they take a sampling of pages. And in this case, you can see over the last 30 days, they sampled 2,835 page views. And of that sample, they came back and said the average page load time is about 4 seconds. Now, ideally, you want to keep it as quick as possible. I would say even under 3 seconds. Okay, now there are other factors involved with page load time. The browser you're using, the country that you're actually browsing that page from might not have the best infrastructure. You may not even be on the best internet network, meaning you're on a cell network or the Wi-Fi is not that great. Or you can be on a page that just has a lot of images or a lot of code that may slow it down. So there are other factors involved. And so what Google Analytics does is show you what those factors are. So here I can see by browser what the average load time is. If I want to look at country, I could see what country is contributing to the load time. Now, the great thing about the site speed report is if I go to speed suggestions, okay, what speed suggestions is going to do is it's going to show me the page load time by page, and then it's actually going to provide a link where I can actually click on to get suggestions on increasing the page load time. So for example, I can look at this particular page here, this Google redesign shop by brand / YouTube page, line number 5. If I look at line number 5, I can see the average load time of this page is 8 seconds, almost 9 seconds. Okay, that's an eternity to some people. Now, notice this link next to it. So Google's recommending 7 total suggestions. So if I click on 7 total, what it's actually going to do, it's going to open up a new window, and it's going to open up another Google report called PageSpeed Insights. And PageSpeed Insights is going to give me some information about what I can do to correct the page load of that particular page. So look at the site speed report. It's important because there is a correlation between site speed or page load time and user behavior of that page, and there's also a correlation between page load time and a page ranking organically on search. So page load time is very important. It's so important that I'm even going to save it. So I'm going to click save and click on site speed suggestions as my name and click OK. And now that report is going to be saved under customization under save reports. Let's jump from behavior to conversions. Now, conversion reporting is arguably the most important section in Google Analytics, because what the conversions reporting allows us to do is see how people are converting, or if they're not converting, on our website. And so in Google Analytics, we have the opportunity to set up goals. Now you have the opportunity to set up 20 goals in your Google Analytics view. And so to set up a goal, okay, so you're going to click on admin, and under the view, you're going to see goals. And so if you don't even have goals, the first step is to create goals. And so you have 4 different goal types in analytics. So you have pages per session. So how many pages per session is, so if your goal is set to say 3 or 2, if somebody actually looked at 2 or 3 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. Okay, so if I look here, I can see I have pages per session set at 10. So that means that if a user came to the site, looked at more than 10 pages per session, then it's going to count as a goal. Another goal type is destination. So destination means that if somebody actually went to a specific page, then it's going to count as a goal. And in this case, I can see here that the goal is set to this particular page here. And so when somebody actually lands on that page, it's going to count as a goal. Now, there are 2 other goal types we can look at. One is duration. So just like pages per session, in our previous example, if somebody looked at 10 pages per session, it's going to count as a goal. With duration, it's based on time. So in this particular case, if you set up a duration goal and the duration is set to say 1 minute and 30 seconds, then that means if a user comes to my website and they spend at least 1 minute and 30 seconds, then it's going to count as a goal. Okay, and then the 4th type of goal in Google Analytics is an event-based goal. So when you set up event tracking, you could turn that event into a goal. So if somebody clicks on, say, the submit button of a form, you can turn that event into a goal. So here you could see the category equals contact form. So you can always verify if a goal works just by clicking on verify this goal. And in this case, this event is turned into a goal. So anytime somebody fires this event, it's going to count as a goal. So you have 4 different goal types in Google Analytics. You have pages per session, destination, event, and duration. And so once you've set up a goal, then you can measure goals under conversions. So now if I look at goals overview, I can be able to see how many total goal completions I've had. So if I want to look at it by goal, I can just choose the goal option here. So if I want to look at, for example, goal 2, engaged users, this was the pages per session, I can see that I had a conversion rate of 10%, meaning that I had 7,000 of all the users who came to the website, 7,000 goal completions, meaning 7,106 users looked at 10 pages or more on my website. And so that's how you want to be able to measure whether users, wherever they're coming from, whoever they are, whatever pages they look at, you want to be able to look at the conversion reports to see if they're actually converting based on the goals you've set up, whether that's pages per session, duration, destination, or event. Goal conversion tracking reports can help you measure who is actually converting. And the great thing about Google Analytics here is that I can actually see by segment. So the default segment in a segment is just looking at a specific user set. So the default segment is always all users. However, I can choose a different segment. So if I want to choose, instead of all users, if I want to choose mobile traffic, I can select mobile traffic, hit apply. So I'm actually now looking at a subset of data. I'm looking at mobile traffic. So of all the mobile users who've come to my site, I can see 1,400 engaged or looked at 10 pages or more. Okay, and that's a 7% conversion rate. So the great thing about Google Analytics is you have the opportunity to set up 4 different goal types. Okay, based on those goal types, you can go to Goals Overview and look at the conversion rate of each goal, but you can also change the segment of that particular goal to see who exactly converted. Okay, another report I like under conversions is the multi-channel funnel report. So if I click on multi-channel funnel, basically what this allows me to do is see how different channels work together to convert. So remember the channel reporting we looked at under acquisition? Here I can see now how different channels work together to drive the conversion. So if I look at 3 channels, direct, organic, and referral, I can see all 3 together drive 2% of the conversions. If I look at direct and referral, 12.5%. If I look at direct and organic, 12.24%. So I can see how different channels work together. And so if I look at top conversion paths as an example, I can actually see how channels work together to drive the conversion. So in this example, I can see over the last 30 days that my top channel grouping was direct times 2, meaning that somebody came to the website directly, meaning they typed in the URL in the browser, or they bookmarked it and came to the site. Okay, they came the first time but didn't convert. But then they came back a second time via direct and then converted. So that combination is my top conversion combination of the last 30 days. My second best conversion grouping is organic search and direct, meaning that a user came to the website via organic search first, did not convert, and then came back via direct the second time and converted. So basically what analytics does is give credit to the last referral, meaning if you came to the website via referral or referring website and converted, then the referring website's gonna get the credit for the conversion. But analytics does a good job of showing you how different channels work together. So a channel may drive a lot of traffic like organic search, but that traffic may not convert the first time around for a number of different reasons, whether it could be brand recognition, price shopping, reading content, whatever the case. Analytics is able to measure if that channel actually did contribute at a later point. And in this case, we could see organic search drove traffic that didn't convert, but that traffic came back a second time via direct and did convert. So that's our second best channel grouping. And so the multi-channel funneling report, top conversion paths, to me is a good report to look at. So you can actually see not only how channels work together, but you can see sources and mediums and campaigns and how all those different campaigns and different sources work together to convert. So that's just a good report to look at. There are so many different reports available in analytics. There's so many that we haven't even gotten to yet. So my advice, if you look at the demo report, you can get a feel for each of these reports under each section, whether that be audience, acquisition, behavior, or conversions. Take a look at these reports, see what makes sense to you, see what you can use to improve your website performance. Now, if you have any comments or questions about any of the reports we covered, feel free to comment underneath this video. We're definitely going to have more webinars in the future about specific analytics settings that we didn't get to today and other types of analytics reports and features that we didn't get to today. How to set up goals in Google Analytics. So for this particular webinar, we're going to jump into Google Analytics directly and spend all of our time there because it's about learning practical application. So goals are important. Goals, let me just say this, goals are in analytics something that should be aligned with your business. And we call goals that are aligned with your business KPIs or key performance indicators. So it's very important as a precursor that you know how to set up goals in Google Analytics, because if you're using Google Analytics, you want to measure everything against a goal. So without further ado, let's jump right into Google Analytics. So if I go to Google Analytics and I log in, okay, what I want to do is go down to admin, click on admin here, and admin will take you to basically a screen that looks like this, where you have an account column, you have your property column, and then you have your view column. Now, the view column is where you're going to go to set up goals. Okay, so every view in every property has up to 20 goals. Okay, so by default in analytics, you're going to have at least one view for your property. So if I have a property, I'm going to have at least one view. But if I happen to set up multiple views like you see here, then I know for every view I set up, I have 20 goals to work with. So where are those goals? So under the view, I'm going to click on goals. And now I can see I have 20 at my disposal. Now you can see here by clicking on the recording column, I can see I have in this particular property, this particular view, I have 5 goals that are active. So you can use up to 20, but you don't have to have 20 active. Okay, you can have 1 active, 2 active. My recommendation is at least have 1 goal. Again, when you set up a goal, you're going to measure everything in analytics against that goal. Okay, so in this case, we have 5 particular goals we're measuring. So we have 5 active out of 20 total. So if I don't no longer want to use a goal, I can simply just turn it off. If I want to continue using it, just turn it on. Okay, it's that simple. You can turn on and off goals. So here I already have 5 set up. So if you want to set up a new goal, the one thing you need to know in Google Analytics is in order to set up a new goal, okay, you need to have edit access, at least the view level, I would say at the property level. So you want to make sure whoever's in charge of Google Analytics for your organization, or if you're in charge, okay, you simply just want to go to user management, and user management, you want to make sure the email address you're using to log into Google Analytics has at least edit permissions. So you're going to need edit permissions to add new goals. So I have edit permissions. I'm going to go to goals and I want to set up a new goal. But before we jump in and set up a new goal, what is it that we want to achieve? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves. What is the goal of the website? Well, if it's somebody downloading something, okay, are you measuring that download via an event? Okay, are they filling out a form submission before they download? So if they submit that form submission, is that the goal? Or do you have an e-commerce site? Is somebody purchasing something? So these are things you want to ask yourself before you actually set up the goal. What is it that I'm trying to measure? Now, when you actually do go to set up a goal, you're going to click on the red CTA button that says new goal. So analytics actually has some templates set up for you. Okay, you can see them here. Okay, if somebody's registering online or creating an account or reading review, downloading something, sharing something. You could choose all of these options here. What I normally do is choose custom. 99% of the time, I'm just going to choose custom. It doesn't really matter if you use the template or not. It's just a template is basically some free pre-filled configurations. But my recommendation is always just go with custom. You want total control over how to set up your goal. So we already have in mind what type of goal we want to set up. So for example, if somebody goes to fill out a form submission and they go to a thank you page after that, well, what's the URL of that thank you page? We want to be able to track how many people go to that page, because we know if somebody does type in or fill in a form submission and goes to that page, we know that they filled out the form. And so, for example, if I go to continue, I'm going to name my goal first. So I'm going to say thank you page. As an example, notice analytics is assigning an ID. So notice this is goal ID 15. That means that that's the next available goal. There are 20 goals available in analytics. And so what analytics does is they group goals together. So 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, 16 through 20 into goal sets. So for example, goal 16 through 20 is part of goal set 4. And why does Google Analytics combine these goals into different goal sets? Well, because it's easier to measure and look at data by goal sets. So for example, if I jump into any report here, if I go to all traffic channels, and I want to measure how many goals by channel, I can look at it by goal set. So if I have goal set 1 selected, then I know any goal I have active in there between goal ID 1 through goal ID 5, I'm going to be able to see those goals in goal set 1. And now I'm going to be able to measure every goal I have active in goal set 1 against the channel. So if I choose goal set 2, whatever goals are active there, goal set 3, etc. Notice I don't have any goals 16 through 20 active that are in goal set 4. Therefore, I don't have that option available to me. So back to admin, the bottom left, navigation, again, goals. Okay, we want to measure somebody going to the thank you page. We have edit access. We're going to choose custom as our goal setup. We're going to type in a goal name. I'm just going to say thank you. Okay, this is goal 15. Now, this is the important part. Google Analytics has 4 different goal types: destination, duration, pages per session, or screens per session. So screens per session is related to mobile because Google Analytics measures mobile app activity. And then you have an event. So we're going to cover all 4 of these, but for the sake of this simple example, I'm going to choose destination. Why? Because if somebody goes to that thank you page, we're going to go ahead and put in the thank you page as the goal URL. So for example, destination is my choice. I'm going to click continue. Now, this is where I'm going to put the URL. So if my URL is just simply thankyou.html, I can just go ahead and put thankyou.html. Or if it's just thank you, then I can just do thank you. Depends on the website, depends on the URI structure. So whatever that URL is, that's what you're going to put in. And when you're done, you can verify it. So what Google Analytics does is actually will verify over the last 7 days if anybody's actually gone to that particular page. So if we click verify, we can see 0% conversion rate. So that tells us that if this is the correct URL, then we've had 0% people go to that page. This is just an example. However, if you didn't see a conversion, then you might want to make sure you check the URL here that you put in. And if you do see a conversion rate, then you know it's working. So Google Analytics actually has options. So we're saying thank you is equal to, so the destination URL is equal to thank you or thankyou.html or thankyou.asp or whatever that thank you page is. Okay, you do have options. So if you have a long URL, you could say begins with, and you could say begins with, say, thank you. So this is the logic. We're going to say, hey, if anybody goes to a URL that begins with thank you, then count it as a goal. Or you could say equals to. So if anybody goes to a URL that equals to thank you, then count it as a goal. You have one more option here, regular expressions. So Google Analytics understands the language of regular expressions. So regular expressions are just special characters used to communicate with Google Analytics in order to hone in on exactly what you're trying to track. So we can always say, starts with or ends with. So we can, use characters like the $, ends with or begins with. So we can always do that. So you can use regular expressions as well if you're familiar with regular expressions. If you're not, then you don't have to use them, but there are special characters that you can insert in that are used as regular expression. So if you're not familiar with regular expression, don't choose that option. You could choose the other option of equals to or begins with. Now note that on all three of these options, I didn't put the domain. So if my domain is ama-foundation.org/ and then thank you, I don't need to put the domain because Analytics already knows what domain we're tracking. So you don't have to put in the domain here when you're entering in this case, the goal URL. So you can omit the domain. So when you put in that URL, you know that you have three options to work with, and then you always want to verify that goal URL. You always want to verify it because if you see 0% conversion, and in this case over the last 7 days, then that should tell you something. Either your goal is not set up correctly or you just don't have any conversion. Either way, you want to double check that. Now, when it comes to the destination URL goal, you do have an option here for funnel. So if I turn on funnel, then that means I have the ability to track how people went through my funnel. So if I have a cart and I want to be able to track how many people go in and out of the cart, then I have the option of adding specific pages as part of the cart. So we could say, step 1, which is basically cart. We could say step 2 is billing information. That could be /billing. We could say step 3 is shipping information /shipping. And then step 4 could be, confirm. And that could be /confirmation. So whatever your URL structure is for your cart, and it doesn't necessarily have to be a cart. Basically, all I'm doing is putting in a series of steps with URLs as each step. And why do I want to do that? Because I can then track how many people go through my funnel that I've created. Okay, so here I could see this is my funnel that I've created for this particular goal. Okay, and the funnel is only available for the destination URL. So the funnel is available if you want to see traffic through the goal. Okay, and how people go through the funnel and where they drop off. Now you have an option here to make the first step required. So if you make that first step required, then that means you're measuring the funnel through the first step only. Now, if I turn that off, then I'm measuring the funnel through each step, meaning that I can measure people as they drop in and out of the funnel. Where if it's required, the first step, then I'm only measuring traffic as it enters in the top of the funnel. So you have that option available to you, the funnel. And then for all goals, you do have a value. So if somebody did actually convert, okay, Google Analytics is going to count it as a conversion. And you can assign a value. So if you're not an e-commerce website, then you may want to think about assigning value. If you are an e-commerce website, then Analytics has the ability to track e-commerce revenue for your website. So you don't need to add a value. But in this case, let's just say you're a nonprofit organization and you're collecting donations. And on average, over the past year, every donation that somebody contributed was equal to $5. Well, you can just go ahead and put $5 in there as the value for that goal. So that means that if somebody did go to, in this example, /thank you and convert, Analytics is going to count it as a goal and then assign $5 value alongside that goal. So if you're non-e-commerce, if you're, say, a nonprofit like this organization, or you're B2B and you want to track some value, then you have that option there. So with the destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. With all goal types, you have the option of adding a value. All goal types, and we're going to go through the rest of them, you have the option of verifying that goal. So that's the structure of setting up a goal. Destination URL is just one goal type. We're going to talk about the other 3 goal types because in Google Analytics, there are 4 goal types. Again, destination is one of them. With destination, as you do have the option with all goal types, is you have to be able to choose your logic here. So we're going to cover that with the other 3, but just know when you set up a destination URL goal, you have the option of adding a funnel. Now, when you actually do set up a funnel, what's going to happen is analytics is going to measure traffic as it goes through the funnel. So where do you look for that funnel information? Well, you want to get out of admin. You want to go to the left side navigation. You want to click on conversions, then goals, then funnel visualization. So based on the funnel you set up, you're going to be able to see traffic as it goes through the funnel. So notice on this particular funnel, we don't have the first step required. Why? Because I could see traffic as it goes in and out of each step of the funnel. So let's go through this funnel and see how people react. So here I can see the first step is the store front page. So over this particular period of time, I had 84 sessions enter the storefront page. So out of those 84, I can see 21 left the storefront page. 63 went on to the next step in the funnel, which is the cart page. I can then see 24 people went on to the cart page directly and 5 exited the site altogether. Okay, so that gave me 87 total. And from 87, I saw that 82 went on to the next page with the next step. What analytics does is they give you a percentage. So in the first step, we had 63 move on to the cart page. Out of 84, that's 75%. So from the cart page to the create your account page, we had 94% move on. So we didn't have anybody enter in the create your account page. We didn't have anybody leave the create your account page. So we have 82%, 82, create your account, and then we have 82 move on to the payment page. So that's 100%. Okay, we have 1 exit. So we have 81 that proceeded to be on the payment page, which was purchase. So 81 of 82 is 98%. And we started with 84. So that gave us, plus the 24 that we accumulated along the way, so that gave us a 75% funnel conversion rate. So 75% of the people who entered in the funnel went on to purchase. Okay, so don't be confused with the overall e-commerce conversion rate. So 75% is the funnel conversion rate. The overall conversion rate for this particular goal is 18.45% over this particular period of time. Why? Because that takes into account all sessions that have gone to the website. So 18% of all traffic went on to convert, but those that did go into the funnel, 75% converted. So that's a look at the funnel. So if you set up a funnel, that's what it's going to look like. You have the option to measure everything from step 1 and beyond, or measure as traffic goes in and out of the funnel. So the purpose of this is we're going to be able to see where traffic drops off, how effective our funnel is, what pages we need to address in that funnel. Okay, so that's the whole point of the funnel, and the funnel is available with the destination URL goal. So if I go back to admin, if I go back to goals under the view, I can actually see what that funnel looks like. So here we chose regular expression. So this is what the URL is. Okay, you can see our funnel in each of the steps we have set up. Notice we're using regular expressions here. And then if we verify this goal, we could see over the past 7 days, 19% conversion rate. So that tells me something's working in this particular, with this particular goal, because we do have a conversion rate. Okay, so that's the destination URL goals. Let's now talk about the other 3 types of goals. So the next goal type we're going to talk about is pages per session. So if you're not sure what type of goal to set up for your website. At the very least, you should try and set up either duration related goal or pages per session related goal. So let's talk about the pages per session. So basically what this goal is going to allow us to measure is, for example, if we set the goal to 3 pages per session, then we're going to be able to measure how many people went to the site and looked at 3 pages per session. So let's take a look at that goal. So if I open up the goal, here I can see 3 pages per session is what we're naming it. So basically what we're asking analytics to do is anything greater than 2 pages, which would be 3 and beyond, count as a goal. So if anybody comes to the site, looks at more than 2 pages, 3 pages or more, then it's going to count as a goal. And so here we can verify it. So if we verify it over the last 7 days, we could see a 4.12% conversion rate. And that tells me that 4% of my traffic over the last 7 days looked at least 3 pages or more. So you're probably asking yourself, well, what number should I put in for the actual variable? So in this case, we see 2. Well, what you want to do is you want to look at, on average, let's just say year to date, you want to make sure you have statistical significance. So you want to look at a period of time. So if you go to analytics, go to audience, okay, and then if you go to overview, and if I change my date range to year to date, I could see on average right now, I have 1.21 pages per session. So that's on average. So we don't want to make our goal 1 page. We don't want to make our goal 2 pages. We want to make it 3. So we want to be able to basically measure at a higher rate. Okay, why do we want to measure at a higher rate? Because if 1.21 is the average, then 2 pages per session really isn't moving the needle. So what we really want to do is get people to stay on the site longer, look at pages more during their session. So look at more pages. And so we want to be able to see what segment of the audience is looking at more pages, what channels driving traffic that's looking at more pages, what pages are contributing to more pages per session. So the whole idea is you want to hone in on what your goal is and see what's working and then see what's not working so you can make adjustments. The whole idea behind Google Analytics is to improve website performance. And so if our average is 1.2, then if we change it to just 2, it may not be good enough. So in this case, we want to up the bar a little bit. So we're going to choose 3. Now you can choose 4 or 5. That's perfectly fine. Just know if your average is 1.2, I wouldn't choose 1 page per session as my goal. And I probably wouldn't choose 2. So I'd set the bar a little bit higher. Now, the third goal type available in Google Analytics is also engagement related, and that's duration. So just like pages per session, we can measure how long somebody stays on the website, and we could set up a goal for that. So in this case, I have a goal set for 1 minute 30 seconds. So my goal type is duration. So if I click continue, then basically I'm asking analytics, in this case, anybody who stays more than 1 minute and 30 seconds on the website, count it as a goal. And so before you actually put in the number of hours, minutes, and seconds, you want to look at that average. So if you go back to audience overview, here I can see 1 minute and 7. So do we want 1 minute and 30? Maybe we could do that. Maybe we can go with 2 minutes. So again, the whole point is you want to set the bar a little bit higher than what the average is. And so here I can see over the last 7 days, if I verify this particular goal, I can see 8% of my traffic over the last 7 days stayed on the site at least 1 minute and 31 seconds. Okay, they stayed greater than 1 minute and 30. And so the whole point is you can hone in because this is a goal. I can go in, this is goal, okay, this is a goal here. And so I could see that this is goal 13. So now I can go to acquisition as an example. I can go to channels as an example. Since this is a goal, this is goal 13. So that would be in goal set 3. So I can actually see what channel is basically driving that goal. Okay, in other words, what channel is driving traffic that is staying on the site at least 1 minute and 30 seconds. And so that's the whole idea behind goals. So likewise for pages per session, we can go into channels. And here I can see we've have over this period of time, year to date, pages per session, we have 3% conversion rate. And here I could see, for example, organic search has a 13% conversion rate. Here I could see social media has a 10%. So I could see that people coming from organic search are staying on the site longer, or they're looking at more pages than any other channel. So just like duration or destination or any goal you set up, you can measure that goal against any dimension. Just because it's engagement doesn't mean you can't. You absolutely can. And so the whole point of engagement related goals is to figure out what's driving traffic to the site, but what traffic is engaging. So you want to be able to pinpoint that so you can improve website performance. Now, the fourth goal type available in Google Analytics is an event. So if you click on New Goal, you choose Custom, click Continue, you have the option to choose an event. So an event is something that you can measure on your website that analytics can't measure by default. So if you want to measure PDF downloads or clicks on buttons or clicks on play buttons on a video or click on a submit button or click on an external link, I mean, you can measure pretty much anything with an event. Then you want to be able to turn that event into a goal. So let's quickly summarize what an event is. So again, we want to be able to measure a particular event that happens on the website. So in order to do so, we need to identify that event. So if I go to, for example, this particular website here, and I want to measure how many times somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. Well, if I can measure that as an event. So when you set up an event in analytics, you have to actually assign a category and an action for that event. So that's the first thing you need to do when you identify an event-related goal. First, you need to set up the event. And in order to set up the event, you need to assign a category and action. Okay, so once you identify what you want to track as an event on your website, you're actually going to go in a tag manager or have your webmaster go in a tag manager and set up a tag. And in that tag, they're going to assign that particular category and action. And so here you can see we have this set up. Our category is named Donate Now and our action is click. And that's what we want to do. We want to measure how many people click on that Donate Now button. So anytime somebody does that, then the category Donate Now is going to appear in analytics with the action click. So when you actually do set up an event, you can go into analytics and you can test that event. So if I go to the website and I click Donate Now, okay, the reason why I have this as an event is because I'm taking to a third-party website to handle the donations. So here I can go into analytics and now I can see a category is being fired for header donate with the action click. So that's my category and that's my action. So that category and action is what is firing after somebody clicks on the Donate Now button. So if I want to turn this event into a goal, I can easily do that. Now that I've set up the event, now that I've identified the category and action, I want to go back to admin and set up the event with these parameters in place. So it just turns out we already have the goal set up. So let's go through how this goal was set up. So first, we chose custom, we chose event, we gave it a name. So as a best practice, when you actually set up a goal as an event, or turn an event into a goal, I would add the prefix event : to it. And then that way, when you're identifying goals in your reporting, you know it's an event. So I'm going to click continue. And now that I actually have set up the event already in Google Tag Manager, I've given it a category, I've given it an action. Okay, see here you can see we have a regular expression set up. So anything with the header donate or donate is going to fire this goal. So over the last 7 days, I have a 0.81% conversion rate. Okay, I could have easily put in equals to and put in whatever the action or the category, which is donate now, or I could have put action equals click. I could have done that as well. So let me show you another example here. So if I do this, custom, continue, event, donate now. Here's my goal ID. It's going to be an event. So all I need to do is put in the category and action. So donate now and then click. So that's all I have to do, and that's my goal. So I can verify it, okay, to see if anybody's fired it. And basically, that's what I need to do to turn that event into a goal. Okay, so you need to set up for an event. First, you need to identify the event, set it up in Google Tag Manager, which is another platform. And once you've done that, then you have your category in action. Once you have your category in action, you're again going to go into analytics and then simply put in that category in action into the appropriate fields to set up your event related goal. Now, all events don't have to be turned into a goal. If you actually do set up an event and you're just not worthy of a goal, meaning it's not a KPI or doesn't align with your business goals, well, don't fret. You can always just go to behavior. Okay, you can always go to events. You can always go to overview and measure your events that way. So here you can see all of our events that are fired. Now we do have this one turned into a goal. So if it's important for our business, then we want to make sure we convert that particular event into a goal. Okay, if it's not important, for example, somebody's just clicking on a social button, then you don't necessarily have to turn that event into a goal if you don't want to. Know that it's sitting here under events, under behavior. So the point I'm trying to make here, if it's important to your business and you're already tracking it as an event via Google Tag Manager, then feel free to turn it into a goal. All you need is that category. All you need is that action. And so one final note on that event related goal, just like any other goal, you can add a value. Okay, so if I have an event set up, I can choose to add a value here. Or in Google Tag Manager, if I've assigned a value to that event, so if I go back to the actual event in Google Tag Manager, you can see I have a value set up for $1. Then I could just go into analytics and say, you know what? I already have the value added. So go ahead and use the value added in Google Tag Manager. Okay, so I'm going to choose yes. Now if I choose no, I have the option to add the value here, just like I would with any other goal. So just keep that in mind. You can add a value to any goal type. With an event related goal, you can add the value right into the tag in Google Tag Manager, just as I've done here. So remember, when you actually set up your goals, whether it's a destination, pages per session, duration, or an event, you can just go ahead and choose that goal set that it's in and measure any dimension against that particular goal. So here I can see e-newsletter signups by channel. I can go into another goal set. Here I can see contact form submissions. Okay, I can see what particular channel is driving contact form submissions. Okay, so just know that you can align a goal against any dimension. So if you have e-commerce, you don't have to set up for goal for that. That's separate. But if you want to take a look at your goals in analytics on its own, you can just go to Conversions, Goals, Overview. Here, I can actually get a good sense of how my goals are performing over a period of time. So again, if I choose, for example, year to date, now I can see based on the goals I've set up, how many total goal completions, value, which takes into account the value we've added into these goals, okay, the total conversion rate. And here I can see it broken down by the goal I actually have set up. And I can see it by page, or I could see it by source and medium. So I could see Google Organic is driving the most goal completions. then Google CPC, direct, and then I could see some others in here as well, contributing to goals. Now, I do want to point your attention to another report in Google Analytics that does take into account goals, and that's multi-channel funneling. So again, under conversion goals, multi-channel funnels, if I go to assisted conversions, I can actually see what channel in this example is assisting with the conversions I've set up. And so what do we mean by assisted conversions? Well, that means that if a channel, let's just say organic search, drove traffic to the website, and that traffic didn't convert when it arrived at the website and left, but it came back a week later via another channel, let's just say email. And when they came back via email, they did convert during that session. Well, what analytics does is they give an assist to organic search because they help drive the traffic to the website. So it's similar to the game of basketball. If I have the ball and I pass it to my colleague and my colleague's the one who scores because they had the ball last, well, they get the credit for the point, i.e. the conversion, but I get an assist. And so analytics works the same way. They're always going to give credit to the last click or direct conversion, but they will give credits to the channel in this case that assisted with the conversion. So that's under assisted conversion, and that's based on the goals you have set up. You can highlight any particular goal here. If I want to hone in on, say, the donate clicks only, then I'm going to be able to see what contributed to that particular goal. So there's another report in here, top conversion paths, that I think is important. So after you set up your goals, you can actually see what channels in this particular example help to drive conversions. Again, this is year to date. So I can see all the different combinations of channels that work together to contribute to a conversion. So again, I can choose a specific goal or I can choose all my goals. So those two reports are under multi-channel funneling. There's also another report that I think is good, and that's time lag, meaning how long did it actually take somebody to convert. So here you can see most of our conversions, 265 year to date, happened on the day somebody arrived on the website. But I could see I did get some conversions a day later, 2 days later, etc. So you have time lag, top conversion paths, assisted conversions. They're all under multi-channel funneling, and they're all available after you set up at least one goal. And so if you're not sure what goal to set up, okay, don't fret. You can always at least set up an engagement-related goal. So that's available to you, duration, pages per session. You also have destination and event tracking. And they're all available to you. You have 20 available per view. Now, if you're not quite sure exactly what type of goal to set up, there is an option available in analytics, and that's the gallery. So you can always import a goal from the gallery. So in other words, we could take a look at what other people have set up in terms of goals. So you just have to click on the button import from gallery, and it'll take you to the gallery, and you'll be able to see what other goals others have set up. How to set up event tracking in Google Analytics. So welcome, and let's get started. So many of you out there have a website similar to the one I'm looking at now. This is a nonprofit that I work with, AMA Foundation, and like this website and probably like your website, you probably have some interactivity on there that needs to be tracked. For example, buttons. If you have buttons like this one that says donate or newsletter sign up, or there's a PDF download or a video that needs to be, tracked based on the amount of people who click on the play button. So, all sorts of interactivity on a website. Have you ever wondered how to track that? Well, there is a way to track that because by default, Google Analytics can't track interactivity and engagement on your website like you probably want to have your website tracked. So if you have buttons and videos and things of that nature that you want to have tracked, well, you're going to need event tracking. And if you're in analytics and you're always wandering around the data and you happen to find yourself under events, well, if you want events on your website and you want data to populate under behavior top events, you're going to need to set up event tracking. So event tracking is a two-part process. And we're going to talk about that two-part process. The first part of that is to identify what you want to track. Okay, so if we go back to our example website here, I'm a Foundation. Again, we noted there's a lot to track here. We got a donate now button, we got a newsletter sign up, we have some social icons. Okay, we got a donate now button here, we got a play button here, we got all sorts of interactivity. We got a button here that says, purchase tickets for an upcoming event. I can go throughout the website and find different buttons and things to track. Let me just say this. There's no shortage of what you can track on your website with event tracking. So event tracking is just basically, in layman's terms, tracking engagement on your site. Because Google Analytics by default is only going to track page view data, meaning how somebody got to your website, what page they looked at, how long they stayed on that page, what page they left from. More or less, their timing, how long somebody stays on the website, and what pages they look at. So there's more to a website than just how long somebody stayed on a page. And so in this example, we want to be able to track everything here. Not just the donate now button, but everything. Because once you get the hang of event tracking, then it's very easy to set up. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Okay, so there's a lot we want to track. We're just going to use one example to start off with, and that's going to be this donate now button. Okay, so this donate now button we want to track. Now we have a newsletter sign up, we have Facebook, and that's fine. You could track all that, but for the sake of going through a step-by-step process today, let's just focus on the donate now button. Let's focus on the donate now button, then we'll come back and start tracking these other things. But this is what we want to track to start out with. Okay, so step one, identify what you want to track. Now, when it comes to tracking events on a website, you want to identify those events. So we did that by choosing this donate now button. Now, once we identify what we want to track, we need to assign two parameters for that event. So with event tracking, you have three parameters, but one is actually optional. So you have two mandatory parameters that you have to assign to everything you want to track on your website. And that's the category and then the action. So event label is the third parameter. But again, that's optional. Okay, so basically, when we identify an event on our website, we want to assign it a category and an action. Okay, so why do we want to assign it a category and an action? Because when we're in analytics, under behavior, under events, top events, we could see we have different categories here. And we have different actions, we have different labels. So if I click on any one of these dimensions, I'm going to be able to see some of the parameters I've entered in for previous events I'm tracking. Okay, so the whole idea is you want to be able to group different events together into a category and assign an action and assign a label to it. That's really what you're doing. You're just grouping and identifying the events you're trying to track. And so in this case, I have this donate now button sitting in the header. Okay, in fact, I have a lot of things sitting in the header. So if I wanted to, and I want to track all these buttons, I can create a category called header. And then if I track all these buttons can sit in that same category if I wanted to. Or I can create a separate category for each of these buttons. It's up to you how you organize your categories, because basically all you're doing is giving a name to what you're trying to track. And the name is equivalent to a category. So in this case, the donate now button is very important. I'm just going to call it category header donate. Now I need to give an action to each category. And so in this case, I'm just going to say click, because that's what the action is doing. It's somebody's taking the action of clicking. Now, if it's a video and it's a play button, I can assign an action of play. It's up to you whatever you name these parameters. You just need to be organized and methodical about what you name it. That's all. And so in this case, header donate and then click. Okay, and so that's our category in action. And so that's really step two. So step one, identify what you want to track. Step two, assign a category, action, and or label. But remember, label is optional. So if I go back in analytics here, I could see some categories. And if I click on action, I could see some actions that I've named. Now, step 3. So we've identified in step 1 what we want to track. We've assigned a category and action. So step 3 is going into Google Tag Manager to set up the event. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Google Tag Manager, then you can easily just do a Google search for Google Tag Manager, and basically you'll have all sorts of information on it. There's a good video overview of Tag Manager here that you can watch. So Tag Manager basically is what we want to use to set up event tracking. Now, Tag Manager is used for a lot of different things, but the main thing we're doing here is setting up an event for our website. And so I'm logged in to the same email address I'm using for analytics. Okay, so now I'm in Tag Manager and I want to set up my event for this Donate Now button. So what do I need to do? Well, for every event I want to set up, I need to set up a tag. Okay, so if I go to tags, I can see I already have some tags set up, and some of these are events. And so when you actually set up a tag, I recommend having a naming convention. So here you can see any event we set up, we start out by calling it GA-event- whatever it is we're trying to set up. And so in this case, we want to set up a new tag for the Donate Now button on our website. So we're in Google Tag Manager because Tag Manager is what's going to fire that event. So if I click on New, okay, and I click on Tag Configuration, I'm going to choose Google Analytics. And then I'm going to choose Event as my track type. So we want the data to show up in Google Analytics, and we're tracking an event. We're not tracking a page view, we're tracking an event. And so now, remember in step 2, you identified what you want to call that category, you identified what you want to call that action, and you have some optional parameters like label. So first things first, header donates, the name of our category, and our action is click. And if you want to add in a label and a value, so if you want to assign a value, you can. If you want to add in a label, you can. Okay, those are optional. So you just need to focus on category and action. And then the last setting here that's probably worth mentioning is a non-interaction hit. Okay, so this is automatically set to false. And why is it set to false? Because it's a non-interaction? No, that's false. We want this event, if somebody clicks on the header donate, to be an interaction. So for example, if I land on this page here and I click on that Donate Now button that I'm tracking as an event, and I actually leave the site, because I have my settings set to false, I want that click to be an interaction, then analytics is not going to count a bounce. If I change it to true, so from false to true, then that means it is going to be a non-interaction if somebody lands on the page and if somebody clicks on the button. So I don't want it to be a bounce. I want it to be an interaction. So my advice is leave it set to false. We're going to choose Google Analytics as our setting here. This is our variable for Google Analytics. So in other words, that variable is set to our analytics property ID. And more or less, that's what you need to do to set up the tag, okay? You need to, in step 2, identify the category and action, and or label, and or value. Now, value can be anything you want. You're assigning a numerical value, so if you just assign 1, anytime that event fires, in analytics, it's going to have a value of 1. Okay, and so we have our non-interaction set to false. So anytime the event fires, it's going to count as an interaction and therefore not count as a bounce if somebody landed on that page. So that's more or less all you need to do to set up the tag in Google Tag Manager. Now, if somebody else is setting up the tag for you, then again, you want to revert to step 2. You want to be able to give that person the appropriate category, action, and or label, and or value. Why? Because you're the one that's going to be going into Google Analytics, and you're the one that's going to have to go to behavior, events, top events, and look for the particular category and action and or label. So you need to be able to communicate that information to whomever is setting up the tag. Now, if it's you, great. You already know what it is because you're entering that information into Tag Manager. So in this case, I'm going to go ahead and choose a variable for my label parameter. And why do I want to do that? Because in Tag Manager, I have something at my disposal called variables. And variables allow you to see specifically things that are being tracked. So in this case, I chose page path. Okay, so page path is a URL. And why did I choose page path as my variable for the parameter label? Because if somebody does click on the header donate button, and the header donate button on our website is on every page. So if I go to the children's page, I'm still going to see that header donate button. And so for me, I want to be able to see what page somebody clicked on that header donate button. And so this allows me to actually see in Google Analytics what page somebody clicked on the header donate now button. And so now if I go back to GTM, Google Tag Manager, I have a category, I have an action, and I have a label, which is a variable. Okay, so note that in Google Tag Manager, you have a lot of different variables at your disposal. And variables are there to help you identify specifically what is being tracked. So take a look at all the variables at your disposal in Tag Manager. In this example, I'm using page path. So now, once you set up your tag, pretty straightforward. Again, tag types, Google Analytics. Track type is event. You are assigning the category, action, and/or label, and/or value. You're changing or leaving the default in place for non-interaction hit. And then you're choosing the variable for Google Analytics, which is your property ID. So once you've done that, you have a tag. The second part of setting up a tag is to assign a trigger to that tag. So Tag Manager needs to be able to know when to fire that event. And so here I'm going to look at a trigger I've already set up for this particular event. And so if I click on it, I'll be able to see that what it is a click on some links, not all links, but some links. I'm actually saying, hey, Google Tag Manager, fire this event when the click ID equals header donate button. Now, it just so happens that if somebody did click on this donate now button, they're going to go to another website. In this case, networkforgood.com. So in Tag Manager, I could have set the trigger to equal URL equal, instead of click ID, I could have said URL equal networkforgood.com. So that could have been my logic for my trigger. In this case, I decided to go with the click ID. And so in this case, that button has an ID associated with it called header donate button. So if you wanted to use click ID for your event, for your button, you could simply just go to the website. You can right click on that button and click inspect element. And so when I actually inspect the element, I can see now the button here. You can see it's highlighted in the upper pane, and in the lower pane, I can see where it's linking to. It's linking to networkforgood.com. But here you can see if I hone in a little, I could see ID equals header-donate-button. So that's the click ID. Notice there's also a class. I could have set the trigger to equal this class. Or again, I could have set the trigger to equal the URL or the page that this button is pointing to. I could have chosen any one of those, but I decided to go with the ID. So this is the ID I chose, and that's the ID I have in my trigger. Okay, so that is what's going to fire that event. So if somebody clicks on a button that equals header-donate-button, it's going to fire that event, which is going to equal category, header donate, action click, and then the label is going to be page path. So now that we've set up our event, we want to test to see if it actually works. So there's two ways to go about testing an event. And the first way is through Google Analytics. So if we go to Google Analytics and then we go to real time, okay, we can go to events, and here you can see one is already fired. So let's go ahead and go to and test this and go to the website. So if I go here, for example, and I click on Amagar Alumni. Okay, so if I click on that, you can see I'm under our family. And if I click on that button, then go back to analytics and look at real time, I should be able to see this event fire. So if I click on it, I'm going to go to network for good. Now if I go back to analytics, here in real time, under events, per second, I can see that event firing. Category equals header donate. The action equals click. Now if I click on the category, here I can see the label. The label, remember, was page path. And here you could see this event fired on the Our Family page, which was the page I was just on. So that's one way to test to see if your event works. And in this case, analytics recognized the event, so it works, it fired, and so therefore it's going to show up under behavior, under events. You can go under overview or top events. Okay, and what am I going to look for? In this case, I'm going to look for header donate. Okay, if I click on header donate as my category, I'm going to be able to see my action. And if I click on action, I'll be able to see my label. In this case, homepage. And then later on, when the data propagates in analytics, I'll be able to see under label the page that I clicked on that header donate button, which is /ourfamily. Okay, the second way in which you can test to see if an event fires is if you preview. So if I click on preview in Tag Manager, okay, I'm going to go into preview mode. Okay, and preview mode allows you to see in analytics, in Tag Manager, and on the website what tags are firing. So here I could see I'm in preview mode now. So I'm going to go to the website and I'm going to refresh, and in my browser, same browser I'm using for Tag Manager, I can see the tags that are being fired on this page already. Okay, because I'm in preview mode. So here I could see remarketing, I could see page views, I could see Google Optimize, I could see some tags that are already firing on this page. Now, if I click on this button here by holding down my Shift command and then click on that button, I'll be able to see that the tag fired in preview mode. There's my event, header donate, and I could see it fired. So now I can see it fired in the preview mode. So in addition to Google Analytics, in preview mode, I could see that that tag is fired and I know that it's working. So there you have it. You have two ways to test to see if the event fires. Again, you have real time and analytics. Okay, so in real time, if you just go up to real time, all you need to do is go down to events, go to your website, click on the button. If you see it firing in real time, then you know it works. The second version or second way to test your event is through the preview mode. Okay, if you see it firing in preview mode, then you know it's also working. Okay, so let's rehash our steps. First step is we want to be able to identify what we want to track. Okay, so it could be this newsletter sign up, it could be click on a Facebook, it could be anything we want to be able to track. An image, a click on a CTA button, whatever we want to track, identify it. Second step, identify the category, action, and label, because that's what's going to show up in Google Analytics. Remember, label is optional, value is optional. Third step, go into Tag Manager, actually set up your tag and your trigger. So if you set up a tag and it's an event, name it GA-event. So that way you can see in your list of tags in Tag Manager what event tracking you have already set up. So when you set up your tag, you set up your trigger. Your trigger is based on logic. That can be a URL, it can be a click ID, it can be a class ID, whatever you want to use to fire that event. And then once you do that, you want to test it. You could test it in GTM or you could test it in Google Analytics. If it doesn't fire, you want to tweak your trigger. If it does fire, then great. And then one thing I would recommend is if you're setting up various events for your website, that's a best practice. What I would recommend is set up a spreadsheet. And in that spreadsheet, you want to put a note. What's firing? What are you doing to fire? It could be, in this case, when somebody clicks on the Donate Now button in the header. You want to put the tag name in here, the type, Okay, then you want to record your category, action, and label. And then the great thing about events is you could turn those events into goals. And that's as simple as going back into analytics. Okay, so if I go into analytics and I go to admin and I go to goals, if you set up a new goal, okay, all you need to do is choose custom, click continue. You're going to choose event as your goal name. And then from a naming perspective in Google Analytics for your goal, I would definitely put event first and then click on header donate. Okay, so if I click now continue, what is my category? It's equal to header donate. My action is click. And so I can verify to see if this is working. And here I can see in analytics that the goal would have a 0.22% conversion rate. So that tells me that the goal is working and I can turn this event into a goal. And when you turn something into a goal in analytics, then you can measure it across all dimensions. That's what I would recommend if the event is equal to a KPI or business goal, or it's of importance. It's something you really want to measure. Okay, if it's just a click, say on a Facebook button, I wouldn't recommend setting that up as a goal. Okay, so once you've set up your event, you recorded it in your spreadsheet, it's firing, you want to be able to then go back into behavior, back into events. Okay, you can go to top events. Okay, so top events tell you by category as a default what events are firing or what category is firing the most. Okay, so if I choose my date range, here I can just go to year to date. So here I can see my header donate button, fortunately for me, has the most total events. Now notice in analytics, you'll also see unique events. And so the difference between unique events and total events is that unique events are equivalent to one per session, where total events means that somebody can come to your website, initiate a session, and click on that button multiple times in the same session. So if I go to the Alma Foundation website, okay, I can click on that Donate Now button 3 or 4 or 5 different times in the same session. So what analytics is going to do is actually, in that session, count it once, but accumulate the number of clicks as a total event for that session. So you're always going to have more total events than unique events because in some cases, users may click on the button more than once in the same session. And so here I can see total events, unique events, and if I added a value to that event, I should be able to see it here. So if I added $1 as an example to this particular event, because it had 164 unique events, I should be able to see 164 as my value. But since I see 0, that means that I did not assign value. And so average value basically is just giving me how much average I have per event. So it's taking into account the number of, or the value, the total value divided by the total number of unique page views or sessions. And so because I don't have value, I'm not going to have average value. But here you can see, because value is optional, here I can at least see how many events or how many clicks I receive for a particular button. Again, it could be a video. If I clicked on this video as an example, I can see how many people actually started it. I can see the unique and the total events. And if I click on label, if I have a label assigned, then I'll be able to see what page triggered that event. So if we go back again to our header donate button, back to category, if we click on label as our primary dimension, here we can see the home page had the most unique events, then followed by the children's page, the contact form, etc. So what you can do in analytics, you can also look at the pages that have driven events. So here I could see the home page has accumulated the most total events, followed by the contact us. So that's how you would look at the data in Google Analytics. Under behavior, under events, and then under top events or overview is where you can start analyzing your event tracking. So first you need to do, identify it, assign a category, action, and or label, set up that tag and trigger. Once you do that, once you test that it's working, this is where you're going to go to analyze the data. Google Tag Manager. Thanks for joining, and let's get started with this Simplilearn webinar. So let's start out with why GTM. So let's just say you're Sam and you have your own e-commerce website and you want to understand how people are interacting with your website. Well, Sam, today's world of websites contain a lot of interactivity, everything from videos to PDF downloads to commenting to form submissions to all sorts of chat functionality, interactivity going on throughout the website. So there's just a lot that you need to track outside of just page views. And so really what GTM does is they help you track all these things I just mentioned. Everything from somebody clicking on the play button of a PDF to somebody clicking on the submit button of a form to somebody entering in something on a chat function. So that's what GTM is. So why GTM? Because it helps us track all that interactivity. So all GTM is really allows you to really place a piece of Java code, which is just script, and this script that's added to a web page to collect information. So that's really what a tag is. It's just some script that gets put on a web page in order for you to collect information, like page views, clicks, etc. And they send it to third-party tools. Okay, so that's what GTM does. It basically allows you to take all these tags that collect information and you can use them in GTM. So if you want to, for example, collect how many people, enter a chat functionality and start chatting. Well, you're going to take that script and you're going to put it in GTM, and GTM will then allow you to start tracking that information. So that's really what GTM is. It just allows you to put tags into a container. Or think of it as a toy box. You have all these toys and you want to track, well, you can put all those toys or tags in a toy box or container. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that. But before we get into GTM, let's just say you're communicating with your developer and there's a new user request on your web page and you want to update the tag. Well, your developer, considering it's probably a small update to your website, is probably gonna not hesitate and is going to go ahead and turn around and do it normally. And so normally what happens is the developer is going to go to the website and update the tag. Well, what if you have a few things that you want to track? All those things I mentioned before, from downloads to clicks to, somebody checking out to watching a video. Well, your webmaster, your web developer is going to go, well, hold on a second. Now, all these requests are going to take time. I need to put them into the work queue, so to speak. Well, what happens is when they go into work queue, usually it's going to take some time. And in some cases, you as a marketer need to launch a campaign. And you want to get that tracking added to the website in time for the campaign launch. So you want to go ahead and quickly turn around the tracking for that particular campaign. Let's just say you're launching a campaign and you're sending people to a landing page that has a form submission. And you want to be able to track how many people click on the submit button of that form submission. Well, if you need to turn that around, your developer's like, well, I need to put that in a work queue. The timing isn't going to always work out between you and your developer, is my point. And so that's where GTM comes in. Because there is a solution to update your tags faster. And that's Google Tag Manager. So when we say GTM, that's what GTM stands for, Google Tag Manager. It's a place for you to add tags quickly and easily. So tags, remember, are just snippets of code that allow you to track things on your website interactively. And basically, when you have GTM, you can bypass the webmaster and do it quickly and easily. So that's what GTM is all about. So why GTM? Because we just identified two benefits. One, you could track all the interactivity on your website. And two, you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And so that's the benefit of GTM. So the benefit, you get those tags updated very quickly via Google Tag Manager. Okay, so that's what Tag Manager is. So what we're going to talk about today is specifically what Tag Manager is and what it does. We're going to list some of the benefits of Tag Manager. We're going to show you how it works, and then we're going to show you how to get started with Tag Manager. Tag Manager, if you're not familiar with working with webmasters and dealing with JavaScript and tags and all this jargon is just new to you today, okay, well, don't fret, sit back. We're going to take it slow. This is an introduction into Google Tag Manager. Again, let's start out with what is Tag Manager. So we've already introduced it to some degree because we already introduced it as a tool where you can put all your tags into a toolbox, toy box, or container, so to speak, right? And we already mentioned that, hey, you can bypass your webmaster. So you're probably thinking, well, if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, how can I bypass my webmaster? Well, first of all, it's a free tool, and it's a Google tool, hence the name Google Tag Manager. And it helps you really, that's the main point, is deploy and track tags on your website, bypassing your webmaster. So that's Tag Manager. And so examples of tags that can be deployed via Google Tag Manager are numerous. These are just some examples like Google Analytics, Facebook's pixel tracking, or Google Ads. There's no limit into the number of tags you can track in Tag Manager. There is no limit. You can add any number of tracking tags in Tag Manager. Okay, so some of the benefits, well, again, we just listed two. You can put any tag into Tag Manager and track that onto your website. And we know you can bypass your web developer or webmaster. And what it also does is it also allows you to test and deploy your JavaScript codes quicker. So remember, these JavaScript codes or snippets of codes are just there to track certain things on your website, whether that be a page view or somebody clicking on a play button or tracking somebody who converts or even just goes to your website. So the biggest benefit is you can take that snippet of code, let's just say Facebook. Let's just say you're doing Facebook marketing and you want to put that Facebook pixel on your website so that you could track people who come from Facebook and convert. Well, you don't need to put that Facebook pixel on your website. You can go right to Tag Manager and you can put that snippet of code right in Tag Manager really quickly. And the other benefit here is all tags are managed in one place. And that to me is really a good benefit, because when you start adding tags on your website and you have some tags in Tag Manager, it just gets very confusing. So ideally, all the tracking code you have on your website needs to be in Tag Manager. Think about that. All the tracking. So if you're doing Bing or you're doing Facebook or you're doing Twitter or you're doing LinkedIn and you're doing Google, you're doing all this type of marketing on all these different platforms, you're going to have tracking code for all these different platforms. And instead of putting all that code on your website, return going to slow down the load time of your web page and website. You want to put them all in Tag Manager so they can be organized and you know exactly what you're trying to track. And the other great benefit of Tag Manager is there's a versioning control. So let's just say you have added tags to your website via GTM for the last 6 months. Well, and let's just say you add another tag yesterday. If you added that tag yesterday and something doesn't work, well, you can just roll back to a previous version. It's that simple. So you have versioning, and that's a good thing. When you have versioning, you can control what gets published, and if something doesn't work after it gets published, then you can roll back to a previous version. So it's a peace of mind, so to speak. Just because you've added code to your site, there's no guarantee it's going to work. And so you can always control what version you're dealing with in Tag Manager. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. So the biggest benefit here to me with Tag Manager is you have event tracking. And so we talked about some of the things you could track on your website, from videos, from play buttons to somebody clicking on the stop on the video or pausing it, all the way to somebody, again, chatting, or let's just say somebody clicking on that purchase button on your website. Okay, and you want to track all these different things, these different interactivities and buttons. Well, event tracking is what you're going to use to track all those buttons. And to me, this is the biggest benefit of Tag Manager. And I'll show you some examples as we go along. And if we didn't mention it already, I'll mention it again. It is free. Tag Manager is free. There's no limit. So once you have Tag Manager going, you can add as many tracking codes as you want. There's no limit on the number of tracking codes you can add to Tag Manager. Okay, so it's free and you can use it to its fullest advantage. Okay, so it's also high security, meaning that it has different levels of permissions. Okay, so you can have somebody just go in and look at the different tags and tracking codes you have in GTM, or you can ask somebody who is very familiar with Tag Manager and can go in and add the tracking code to Tag Manager and then publish that tracking code when it gets added. So those are all the benefits. Let's talk about how it works now. Specifically, how does Tag Manager work? Because you're like, Rob, okay, again, a lot of jargon. You know, you got tags and JavaScript and versioning and publishing and all this other stuff. Well, I know I'm throwing a lot at you at once, but just bear with me here. Okay, so let's start talking about how it actually works. So you have a website, okay? Whatever that domain is, you have a website, and there's chances are on your website, you have some form of interactivity, whether that be a video, whether that be a blog, whether it be a form submission. You have a website with some interactivity. And let's just say you're even thinking about getting ready to launch some type of campaign on maybe Google or Facebook, and you want to drive traffic to your website. Fair enough. You're joining the millions of other websites that are out there that have interactivity that also drive traffic to the website. So in comes Google Tag Manager. And so Tag Manager is important because, again, we know we want to track people coming from that Facebook campaign or that Google campaign and interacting with our site. So if you are running Facebook and you are running Google Analytics, well, guess what? You want to put that tracking code in Tag Manager. So Google Analytics, being a Google product, works very nicely with Tag Manager. Facebook has its own tracking code, but you still want to be able to track people who come from the Facebook campaign to your website. So you're going to get that tracking code from Facebook and put it in Tag Manager. That's generally how it works. So here, information from your website is shared with another data source through Tag Manager. So think about that. If I add Facebook tracking code to Tag Manager, or let's just say I add Google Analytics tracking code to Tag Manager is the one that's pushing out and doing all the heavy lifting. They're the ones that are controlling what code gets fired and what code doesn't. So if you're putting the code in Tag Manager is controlling the code. Think about it that way. And let's show you an example of what that looks like. So here I am, I'm in Tag Manager. I just went to tagmanager.google.com, and here I could see a list of tags. So in our conversation, we're talking about tracking Facebook and we're talking about tracking Google Analytics. Well, Google Analytics is easy because it's a Google product. So here, if I look at all the different tracking code I have on my website through Tag Manager, let's just take a look at Google Analytics. So if you're going to use Tag Manager, you might as well put the Google Analytics code in here. So here I can see I have Google Analytics as a tag in Tag Manager. Now, for Facebook, if I'm running a Facebook campaign, well, I can take that pixel tracking and put it in GTM as well. And here I can see Facebook pixel. That code is added to GTM. I just basically took what Facebook gave me and put it into Google Tag Manager. So you can see I can add Facebook and Google Analytics. And again, I can't stress it enough, any tracking code from any platform I can add to Google Tag Manager in order to track the behavior from those sources. So let's take a little bit deeper dive into how Tag Manager works. So I just showed you an example of how you could take Facebook and Google Analytics code and put it into Tag Manager. But if you're not familiar with Tag Manager, then how do I do that? Well, let's talk about the structure and how Tag Manager works. So when you have a Tag Manager account, you have a container. Remember, I mentioned toy box earlier. You have a bunch of toys. If they're code and you're tracking different bits of code from different platforms like Facebook, think of those as toys, and you have a toy box. Okay, well, that's what this code is, and that's what a container is. The code is the code, and that's going to go into the toy box or container. And so the way Tag Manager works is you have tags, triggers, and variables. So if I take my Facebook tracking code and put it into a container, I need to set up a tag and a trigger. Okay, so let's take a look at what that is. So first, if I go back to Tag Manager, I'm going to have an account, and if I have an account, I'm going to have a container. So here I'm just going to click on an account with a container, and a container is nothing more than what website you're adding the tracking code to. Okay, that's all the container is. We're just letting Tag Manager know this is the website we're adding all this code to. So you have tags, triggers, and variables. That's the structure of Tag Manager. So tags are just what it says, tags. What are we trying to quote unquote tag? Well, if it's Google Analytics, that's easy. Here I could see I have Google Analytics added. So if I click on Google Analytics, here's my tag. And if I take a little bit of a deeper dive there, since Google Analytics is a Google product, it integrates already with Tag Managers. It's pretty easy. I can just choose Google Analytics, then I'm going to check page view, and that's my tag. Now, every tag needs a trigger. Okay, so I need to tell Tag Manager how or when to fire the Google Analytics tracking code. So in this case, I'm going to tell Tag Manager to fire on all pages. So if I get somebody, a visitor to my website, Analytics is firing on all pages. So whatever page that visitor lands on, Google Analytics is going to fire. So that's really what it comes down to, is I have a tag and I need to tell Tag Manager when to trigger that tag. That's really what the structure of Tag Manager is. It's tags, triggers, and variables. And variables we're going to talk about here in a couple minutes. But you have a piece of code. You're going to go ahead and put that into Tag Manager. You're going to tag it, and then you're going to fire that trigger. So let's take a look at another example here. If I go back here, you can see Facebook. Well, here's my Facebook pixel. Okay, that's my tag. So when is it going to fire? Well, it's going to fire on a specific domain or subdomain. That's basically what we're doing. We're trying to tell GTM when to fire that particular tag. So those are the three main components: a tag, okay, which is going to contain the JavaScript code that you get from, say, Facebook, the trigger. So you're going to go into Tag Manager and tell Tag Manager when to fire that code. That's the trigger. And then you have variables. And so variables are basically just additional information that Tag Manager may need for your tag and trigger to work. So that's what a variable is. It's there to get the tag and trigger to fire. So variables are divided into built-in and user-defined variables. So common use variables include, say, page path or page URL or host name or click class. Again, they're there, and these examples I just gave you are there to get your tag and trigger to work. Think about it that way. That's a component. And if I go into Tag Manager here, and here on the left side, I can see variables. So remember, I have built-in and user-defined. So built-in means that Tag Manager already built these for me. So in case I need to get my trigger to work with my tag, I can use a variable. So those are built in, and then I have user defined. So these are what I define. These are what I created. And again, the variables are there to get the tag and trigger to work. Okay, so that's the job of the variable. The job of the tag is to host that JavaScript code. Okay, in the case of Facebook or Analytics, that's where we're putting our code. So here, if I click on AdWords remarketing, again, it's a Google product, so I don't really need to even deal with code. I'm just going to select Google AdWords remarketing. Okay, so you could see GTM integrates nicely with some of the other Google products. But let's just say you have a Facebook pixel tracking code. You're going to choose custom, and you're going to put the code here. So that's part of the tag. And then the trigger, again, is there to get the tag to fire. So you're telling GTM when to fire the tag. And the variable is there to help you make sure that that trigger and that tag work together. So that's how all three kind of work together. You need the tag to put the code. You need the trigger to tell GTM when to fire the tag and code. And the variables there to help you define when that tag and trigger should work or how it should work. So again, review, tags they're just small codes of JavaScript or tracking pixels on your website. And so tags are allowed to manage events like scroll tracking, remarketing, clicks, downloads, files, play buttons, you name it. Even clicks on external links. For example, let's just say you have a click or a Facebook icon on your site, and when somebody clicks on it, they go to Facebook. You want to maybe track that. you're going to create a tag. Okay? The trigger is there because you need to tell GTM when to fire that tag. So it's a certain condition, whether it's, fire the tag if the URL equals facebook.com or some other condition. So the tag cannot be created until the creation of the corresponding trigger. So tags and triggers go together. You can't just create a tag and not have a trigger. Otherwise, your tag will never fire. And then the variable is there again. It stores the information when defining a trigger or transferring data to tag. So a variable has a variety of data. Okay, so you pick and choose the variable you want to use with that trigger. Okay, so you're making sure that by defining a variable, you're making sure that you're telling GTM how that trigger should be fired. So let's take a look at another example here of how all three play together. If I'm in this account, I'm in this container. If I look down here, I could see Google Optimize. That's another Google product. So what I'm doing here is I just chose Google Optimize as my tag. It's already integrated. So what does that mean? I don't even need to deal with any code. I'm just going to select Optimize. Well, we have the tag Google Optimize, but we need to tell GTM how to fire that. And so here we're going to tell GTM to fire it on all pages. So that's basically a very simple example because we're firing it on all pages. So if I want to look at something specific again, Facebook, here's my tag, here's my code. What's my trigger? Well, my trigger is it's going to fire on specific pages. How do I know that? Well, if I look at the trigger, here I could see the trigger is a page view, but I'm telling it to fire on this particular hostname. So the tag and trigger go hand in hand. So how to get started with Tag Manager. So first things first, you have to create that account. So you're going to go to tagmanager.google.com, or you can do a search for Google Tag Manager, and you're going to create your account. And then when you create your account, what's going to happen is you're going to set up a container. And when you set up a container, you have choices. So you could set it up for your website, for an app on iOS, or maybe Android, or you can even set it up for AMP, an accelerated mobile page. So most people by default are probably going to set up Tag Manager for their website. And so when you do that, when you actually select website, what's going to happen is you're going to get some Google Tag Manager code in return. And so the whole idea here is you're going to do a swap. What you're doing is basically you're saying, okay, Google, I'm going to take this Google Tag Manager code and I'm going to put it on my website. I'm going to put it on every page of my website. So notice Tag Manager has two scripts. One goes in the head as high as possible. The other goes into the body tag as high as possible. And so what you're doing is you're making a deal. You're putting this Tag Manager code on your website, and in return, every code you deal with, whether that be Facebook or analytics or optimize or remarketing or whatever it is going to go in GTM. Okay, it's going to go into the container you created. So you need the Tag Manager code on your website in order for Tag Manager to work. Okay, so when you add this code to your website, then you're free to start adding all sorts of tags to your container. But if you don't have this tracking code on your website, then none of the tags you add to your container are going to work. So that's the idea behind the container. And then one thing I wanted to mention on the account is it's a Google account. So when you create your account, then make sure it's the same account you use with, say, Google Analytics or some other Google product. That's a good best practice, is always use the same email address when you set up your account so that it integrates nicely across all the different platforms. Meaning you can go from, say, Google Analytics right to Google Tag Manager in one browser without having to log out or log in. Okay, so when you create the account, you're going to create your container. If you choose web, then you're going to be asked to place code on your website. And when you place that code on your website, then you are free to start using Tag Manager. And that means you're free to start adding tags. Okay, so if you want to know more information about installing Google Tag Manager, then what I would recommend is visit the Quick Start Guide website of GTM. So again, if you're curious as to where that code is located in Google Tag Manager, well, when you create an account and you create a container, that container is going to have a specific ID. So if I click on that specific ID, here's where I can get my code. Okay, so again, when I'm logged in to Tag Manager, I'm going to click on Workspace, but in the top navigation, I'm going to see my unique GTM ID. If I click on that, that's where my code is going to be located. And so again, your code needs to go in the header, and there's another script that needs to go in the body. And if you're not sure how to add the code to your website, well, you can always click on the Quick Start Guide here, okay? And that'll take you to a Quick Start Guide page, a reference page related to Google Tag Manager. So let's talk about creating a tag. So once you get Tag Manager installed, I'm sure you're excited to get going and create that first tag. So let's talk about how to create a tag in Tag Manager. So when you're in Tag Manager, all you need to do is basically you're looking at all your tags. If you click on tag in the left side navigation, you'll see all your tags, and there's a new button there. So you just click new. And so basically what you're going to do is you're going to create your first tag. And so what I would recommend, once you get Tag Manager installed on your website, I would recommend setting the first tag up as Google Analytics. So that will get you going with tracking page views on your website when somebody visits your website. Okay, so ideally that's what you want to do. You want to get Google Analytics as your first tag in Tag Manager. So what I'm going to do is, because Analytics is a Google product, it's already integrated nicely with Tag Manager. So I'm just going to click on Google Analytics. It's going to be a page view. That's what I'm tracking. And now I have to set up a variable. And so what it's going to do, it's going to ask me to select a variable. And so what you're going to do is you're going to select new variable. And what you're going to do is you're actually going to go and add your tracking ID here. That's going to be your variable. So where do I get my tracking ID in Analytics? Well, if I'm in Analytics, I'm going to go to Admin. And then under Property Settings, I'm going to see my tracking ID. And all you need to do then is go to Tag Manager and paste copy. First, you got to copy over that tracking ID. Then you're going to go to Tag Manager and paste it. And then that's going to create a variable for you. And then when you create that variable, you're going to see it in the drop down here. So I've already created it. And basically, that's your tag with a variable. Then what are you going to do? You're going to set up a trigger. So see, I have some triggers already set up. You're going to see a default trigger already set up for you, and that's going to be all pages. So ideally what you want to do is you want to select all pages in order for Analytics to fire on all pages. So that's what we're doing. We're setting up a trigger. We're basically telling Tag Manager, hey, if I get a visitor to any page on my website, then I want you to fire Google Analytics. So that's basically, in summary, how to set up your first tag. And my recommendation is your first tag should be Google Analytics. And when you set up Analytics, you're going to have to set up a variable for the tracking ID. And so you get the tracking ID again from Admin, Property Settings, copy and paste that tracking ID over, save it, you have your variable. That variable is going to be included in with the tag. Then your trigger is going to be all pages. And there you go. You have your first tag, you have your first variable, you have your first trigger. So that's basically what you want to do. And once you've added that tag, once you've added that trigger, then the only thing you need to do now is basically publish the tag. And so anytime you save a tag, you're going to go ahead and submit it so that way it gets published. So again, what you're going to do is let's take a step back here. You're going to choose new tag. You're going to choose Analytics from the drop-down menu. You're going to choose Page View. Then basically you're going to add your tracking ID so you can set up the variable. And then basically that's what you need to do. Okay, you're going to add that tracking ID, and then voila, that's your tag with a variable. And then once you've done that, then you're going to click Submit. So when you click Submit, you're basically saying, hey, I want this tag to go live now, this tag and trigger. And once you've done that, then analytics is ready to go. And anytime somebody goes to your website on any page, Tag Manager is going to fire Google Analytics. So the great thing here is you have something called Google Tag Assistant, and that's an extension that works with Chrome. And so when you've actually added Tag Manager to your site, or you have analytics running in Tag Manager, you can confirm if those tags are firing properly. So let's take a look at how Google Tag Assistant works. Okay, so if you just do a search for Google Tag Assistant, you're going to see here that it's basically just an extension that works in Chrome, and unfortunately it only works in Chrome browser. It doesn't work in any other browser. So go ahead and install that extension into Chrome. And when you do that, you're going to see this nice icon here in your browser. And now, if you go to any website and I click on Google Tag Assistant and I click on Enable, okay, so basically I'm loading Google Tag Assistant. And now once I refresh the page, I can see that this particular site has Google Tag Manager installed. And not only does it have Tag Manager installed, I can see that it's also has Google Analytics running. I have also Google Optimize running, and I have Google Ads Remarketing Tag running in Tag Manager. So that's what Tag Assistant does. It allows you to see if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and if it is, great, what other tags are firing on this particular site. So Tag Assistant's telling me I have these particular tags firing on that site, and they're firing within Tag Manager. So Tag Assistant is a great way to confirm if one, Tag Manager is on the site, and two, what other tags are firing on the site. Now, another way you could confirm if Tag Manager is firing on the site is you can go into preview mode. So even before you submit and publish your tag and trigger, you can click on the preview mode. So if I click preview in Tag Manager, so basically that's going to put me in preview mode. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that now I'm free to go to my website and see if those tags are firing. And so let's take a look at what that looks like. So if I go to the website and just click refresh, then what's going to happen is Tag Manager is going to load in preview mode, just as you see here. Okay, so that's going to take a couple seconds to load up. And now what can I see in preview mode? I could see that I have GTM firing, but I also have some other tags firing on this page. Remarketing, I have Google Analytics, I have Google Optimize. I have some other tags firing as well. And so the preview mode shows me what tags are firing on any given page. And I can also see what tags did not fire. Okay, so here I have a number of tags already in GTM, but they didn't fire on this particular page. So let's just say I clicked on the Donate Now button. I'm still in preview mode, so I'm going to be able to see what tags fired. Now I could see I have a couple of tags that have fired on this particular page. And then I could see what tags did not fire on this page. Okay, so that's the preview mode. You can use the preview mode before you even submit a tag and trigger to see if it fires. And that's the great benefit of Tag Manager. So if you're not sure if something's going to fire or not, then you can always go into preview mode. And if you are sure it's going to fire, then you can go ahead and submit it. So you can leave preview mode and just go ahead and submit that particular tag and trigger. So here I'm going to leave preview mode. And now once I'm done and I'm sure the tag is going to fire, and go ahead and submit all my changes that I've worked on in terms of setting up tags and triggers. So that's really GTM in a nutshell. So I have my tags, okay? My tags are just snippets of code that I'm going to put in, whether that be Facebook or event tracking or any other Google product like Optimize or Page View. Then I have my triggers. My triggers are there to tell GTM when to fire that tag. And the variables are there to help those tags and triggers work together. So remember that particular variable we set up for Google Analytics. Okay, so here it is right here, because we want to tell GTM what property to specifically fire in Google Analytics. So that's why we set up that variable. But there are all sorts of variables. Google Tag Manager has built in or variables already created for you. or you can specifically define a variable. So variables are there to help the tags and triggers work together. So when you set up a tag, you set up a trigger, you use a variable, you can always go into preview mode, preview it by going to the website, seeing if it fires. If it fires, then voila, you can go ahead and click submit, and that will publish the tag and trigger, and you're good to go. That's pretty much how Tag Manager works. And again, I can't stress that there's an unlimited number of tags you can add to Tag Manager. There's no limit. So you got anything from Google to non-Google to event tracking, okay? To Facebook, to anything that you want to track, you want to be able to put into Tag Manager. And again, there's versioning. That's one of the great benefits of Tag Manager. So if I want to go back to an older version, I can simply do that. So here you can see I'm on version 32. That's how Tag Manager works. And I can't stress that, Tag Manager is there to help you track interactivity on the site. Because if you have a site that's interactive, that has a video, that has a download button, let's just say, you have all sorts of newsletter signups, Facebook, YouTube buttons on your website, just like this website does, and you want to be able to track how many people click on that particular button, well, you're going to need Tag Manager. And when you have Tag Manager, you're going to be able to track all of these button clicks and interactivity on your website. Without Tag Manager, it's going to be hard to do that. So that's an introduction to Tag Manager.
And with that, we have come to an end of this Google Ads full course for 2021. I hope it was informative and interesting. If you have any questions about the topics covered in this video, please ask away in the comment section below. Our team of experts will be happy to solve all your questions. Thank you for watching, stay safe and keep learning.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.